never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. The Biden administration is now allowing for the release of immigrants into the country without court dates or the ability to track them. A newly announced policy will place immigrants on parole without enrolling them in a mobile app intake system. Texas Republican Representative Joey Arrington says President Biden is conceding the border to the drug cartels.
The president's first job is to provide for a common defense and to uphold the laws of the land. That's not happening. He has the tools. He has the authority. He doesn't have the will.
Previously, those released without court dates to help overcrowding were enrolled in a program that required them to check in on a mobile app until they were given a court date. Not so anymore. Now that the nationwide COVID public health emergency is ending, what does it mean when it comes to staying COVID-free?
The experts say the advice is the same as always. Get the shot.
Getting boosted is contributing greatly to preventing severe cases as well as death.
Dr. Jason Rosenfeld at the University of Texas Health System says the vaccine and its boosters won't prevent you from getting COVID, but the effect could be the difference between feeling like the flu and being on a ventilator. And when it comes to getting the shot,
vaccines remain free, and they will remain free for a time period, but we just don't know how long that is.
So Rosenfeld says, get that shot now while it is still free. I'm Richard Johnson.
Top Pentagon officials warning of the impact a debt default would have on the U.S. military.
We won't, in some cases, be able to pay our troops with any degree of predictability, and that predictability is really, really important for us.
While testifying before Congress, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said a default could benefit China, America's biggest adversary. A meeting on the debt ceiling between President Biden and congressional leaders scheduled for Friday is now being postponed. This is USA News.
You love your pet, right? So imagine if you were suddenly faced with thousands of dollars in veterinary care. What would you do? Could you make the difficult decision not to help your best friend? If you join PetSavingsUSA.com, you never have to make that choice or face those kind of expenses. That's because Pet Savings USA members enjoy discounted pet insurance to cover both standard and emergency vet bills. In addition, members save up to 50% on staples like food, toys, and treats, all at major pet retailers. You'll love.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
The FDA will no longer restrict blood donations based on someone's sexual orientation. Gay and bisexual men were first banned from donating blood by the FDA during the 1980s HIV/AIDS crisis. Advocates have long fought for the change, saying the HIV epidemic has long since changed itself. The FDA will now take an individual risk-based approach to reducing the risk of HIV infections through blood donations. Football fans have been waiting for the NFL 2023 regular season schedule. Now they have it.
Some of the highlights: the first game of the year features the Detroit Lions traveling to Kansas City to take on the Chiefs. The Dolphins head to East Rutherford to play the Jets in the NFL's first ever Black Friday game on November 24th. Meanwhile, the New York Giants travel to Philadelphia to play the Eagles on Christmas Day. On Thanksgiving, the Green Bay Packers will face the Lions in Detroit. I'm Dave Collins.
New York Congressman George Santos is settling a stolen check case in Brazil. The embattled Republican reached a deal with Brazilian authorities after he was accused of stealing a checkbook and buying a pair of sneakers. In exchange for paying a fine and paying back the victim, adjusted for inflation, charges have been dropped. This comes after Santos was hit with wire fraud and money laundering charges in the U.S. this week. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All righty then, I believe that is my cue, as the case typically is. Hey, we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. That means it's time to get the party started. Got a full 5 hours coming your way live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Welcome in, welcome aboard. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. There you go. All right, how about it? We close out a Thursday, and at the stroke of midnight, well, I guess you could say, as James just posted, the invasion is on, the expiration of Title 42. I mean, we've already had 10,000 a day crossing the border this week, every day this week. It's going to get crazy. Hey, you heard of the news break, if you were listening there at the top of the hour, one of the first stories that we mentioned earlier this week, that the administration had authorized the release, anticipating so many thousands surging across the border, the release of these individuals without a court date, no notice to appear, anything like that. At the very last minute, literally a matter of hours ago, late Thursday evening, a federal judge is blocking the administration from implementing that policy to allow the release of migrants without court dates. Again, literally just hours before the expiration. The judge imposing a 2-week restraining order on the administration policy, seeking release on what they call parole with conditions. Now, the policy was outlined earlier this week, a Border Patrol memo which says migrants can be allowed into the country on parole, a process typically reserved for urgent humanitarian reasons or significant public benefit in the event that Customs and Border Protection faces overcrowding. The memo calls the practice parole with conditions. Migrants are required to make an appointment with Immigration and Customs Enforcement or request a notice to appear by mail. So again, that has been at least a 2-week hold on that, just hours before the expiration. So obviously, authorities are scrambling at the border at the last minute to address that situation. But, all eyes on the southern border. Meanwhile, here in the lower 48, all eyes on some strong storms, severe weather, over a dozen tornadoes reported in the plains Thursday, as tornadic storms rolled across the heartland, damaging at least one town. The damage reported in Weskin, Kansas, Thursday evening, blowing off portions of a school roof, toppling grain bins, blown out windows and trees. No injuries reported there. Elsewhere in Kansas, a rain-wrapped tornado near McDonald, Kansas, this past afternoon. Another tornado report in Kansas included a spotter reported spin-up in Grove County and a tornado near Edson, Kansas, about 15 miles southeast of Goodland. An additional tornado was confirmed Thursday evening in Grady County, near the town of Tuttle, about 20 miles southwest of Oklahoma City. That was a little after 7:30 Central Time. Another tornado near Cole, Oklahoma, Interstate 35, was closed briefly to allow the tornado to pass without impacting traffic. In Colorado, a potential traumatic debris signature was noted Thursday afternoon near Hale, Colorado. Multiple tornadoes reported near Arapahoe, where spotters confirmed some short-lived tornadoes that were lifting and dropping up and down. There was a possible rain-wrapped tornado reported in Dundee County, Nebraska. A tornado was also on the ground for about 4 miles southwest of McCook, Nebraska. So you have a very busy day, at least 16 preliminary tornado reports issued by the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center this past day. And some of those thunderstorms are forecast to continue across a large area from South Dakota all the way through Oklahoma into and through the overnight hours tonight. At this point, looking at the radar, we've got our strongest storms south central and central portions of Nebraska, and then kind of wrapping around through southeastern Wyoming. It's a pretty heavy rain and some thunderstorms from Denver to Pueblo, Colorado at this point in time. In Oklahoma, it's individual cells. Those are the ones typically which you'd be more concerned about possibly even producing a tornado. Individual supercells, as they refer to them. So we have a few of those between almost about halfway between Abilene and Dallas. Couple of supercells there. Some stronger storms up toward Ada, Oklahoma, and several varying cells east of Oklahoma City. So we'll keep an eye on things through the overnight hours. I saw the post from Heatwave here just a few hours ago, which he was saying, this is a first for me. He actually shared a screenshot from his smartphone, earthquake warning. Yeah, drop, cover, and hang on was the message that appeared on his screen, as he is indeed out in California. I expect we'll get a full report at some point. But yes, it was a 5.5 magnitude quake in Northern California, about 4:20 California time, so about 7:20 Eastern. Shaking felt across the northern half of the state, including the Pacific coast and parts of the Bay Area, felt as well in parts of Nebraska. Now, the preliminary reading had it at a 5.7 magnitude. Geological Survey website later updated it to a 5.5. The quake struck, they said, less than a mile from the Earth's surface near the southern half of Lake Almanor, about 120 miles directly northeast of Sacramento. Now, they say no major damage reported, but earthquakes of that size can potentially damage structures near the epicenter. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration said there was no tsunami advisory or warning, watch, or threat. Governor's Office Emergency Services said they're working with local first responders to evaluate any damage and render aid to the impacted communities, but advised people in the area be prepared for aftershocks, maybe check on vulnerable neighbors. The Highway Patrol said the quake did cause a disruption at their Chico Dispatch Center. The 911 lines were down, so people with emergencies having to call the direct line to report emergencies. Now, after the original quake, several aftershocks were indeed registered, the strongest being a 3.0, according to the U.S. Geological Survey. So, yeah, a little shake, rattle, and I don't suspect Heatwave actually felt anything because he was out there rolling down the interstate, but we'll find out. Brian checks in from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Hello, Brian. Ron, there's Captain Ron. One day closer to Monday. Oh, thanks so much for the reminder there. Anyway, James, good morning from Kirbyville, Texas. 75 degrees. Everybody truck safe out there. Hello to Marianne. Morning, Steve, and the overnight family. Everybody have a great weekend. Todd says hello from the home 20. Be heading to the urologist Friday afternoon. Fun. There's Shorty, I-77 northbound, Troutman, North Carolina, heading back toward Columbus. There's another turn. Let's see. Gerald says, yeah, I heard a federal judge about an hour or so ago stopped the Biden administration on the border crisis. Is this true, Steve? Yeah, I did touch on that. He posted that a couple minutes ago. So, yeah, we'll give you more on what's happening at the border there. Eskimo Mom, howdy from Kentucky. Happy Friday, or for her, it's hump day. Got that regular run tonight. Enjoying the dry, mild weather while I still can. Clouds off and on. We're at 69 degrees. Everybody drive safe. Have a good weekend when you get to it. I'm going to head over to the app at this point in time. There's Pete who says, good day. Good day, Steve. How's it going? Pete is from the land down under. Check it in from Australia. He's been with us the last several nights. I don't know if I've said hi to Pete there. He's down there in Sylvester's neck of the wood, the land down under. Good afternoon. Hammer down to be safe. Got 63 degrees, Wallkill, New York. There's Larry on board. Hello to Pappy, 66 degrees in the far southwestern side of Hamilton County. Happy Friday to all those nocturnal listeners on the Overnight Drive radio. Crank it up. Dial them up at 844-844-3388. Let's let her roll. Hammer down and be safe. Are you with me? Thank you, Pappy. 5-7, copy in the mail. Michigan Madman says, hello to everyone. Thanks for all the prayers. It means everything to me. Steve, I did send you an email last night. Hopefully you got that. I'm going to go back to bed at this point in time. Yeah, hope you're feeling better there. Michigan Madman, everybody's thinking about you. Get to some of our other listening friends checking in here as we crank it up on a Friday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, Santa Claus checking in. Of course, that earthquake was out where if he was at the home 20, he'd have probably felt it. Of course, he's not at the home 20. Doing the grand tour. Top of the morning from Toronto, Ontario tonight. We'll be leaving Toronto Monday morning, headed down to Wright Pat Air Force Base there in Ohio, then on down to Cincinnati for Monday evening. And he said, Steve, can you or maybe one of your listeners maybe give me some suggestions, some must-see points of interest while we're there in Cincinnati? Man, oh man, that's a hard question. What would top the list? What's a must-see destination in this town, Ron?
Well, obviously Union Terminal. How about that?
That's good. And I was thinking, what is it? Is it the?
And here's another one, man. Findlay Market. Take him down to that beehive.
That's a destination. You may want to make sure you got your gun with you just in case.
Right, or your non-lethal weapon.
Correct. Yeah. How about the what are they? Is it an arbitorium? What do they call that? Where the flower thing there?
Oh, I forgot over there in
Eden Park.
Hyde Park. Yeah, it's like the arbitorium or something like that.
Right. That's a pretty cool thing.
But anybody would love to see that Union Terminal, man. That thing is really slick.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool. Yeah. And if you really, really want to see something, just come on down to over the Rhine and take the trolley.
Now he's from California. He doesn't need to see it. He doesn't need to see the hood. He sees plenty of that.
No, we don't want to put him on the hood, man, because he won't come back.
Yeah. Well, and you were chiming out. Yeah, little Aubrey celebrated her 3rd birthday.
Come on, Grandpa. I mean, come on. And she lives in her own little universe, man. I brought him over some donuts. I stop over there all the time, get Lauren, coffee and stuff like that. But she told Lauren, she's like, I want Grandpa to bring me over a chocolate donut and a strawberry donut from Dunkin's. And I got the text. So I went over there, man. She just lit up like a little light bulb.
And she eats all the icing off and goes to the next one.
Just eat the cake, right? She eats all the icing. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's something else, man. So. Yeah, I talked to your son, man. He's all fired up about being the new unit,
Yep.
Got the cage and everything else, man. I mean, that's his dream. I'm so proud of him. So are you, man, for what he just wanted this so long ago.
I'm pretty excited for him, and I think it's going to be a really cool experience.
Yeah, he was telling us about he went out to that guy, I guess was trapped in that house out there, man, out there in Addison or whatever. He got responded out there with three of his buddies and did the non-lethal pepper spray up into the thing. The guy came down and said, "Don't shoot me anymore with that stuff. I can't get it off me." He was telling me about that. It was
wow.
Day. So yeah, I saw your daughter tonight.
Yeah, I guess she stopped by just to say happy birthday. Is that it?
Yeah, I saw her up at the Pine.
Oh, okay, all right. Because I know she posted some
there.
pictures, but I was thinking, were those current or were they from?
Right, she got something done with her ear. I guess she got new ear.
Oh, yeah, right. Like she needed another one, another hole in the head.
Right, that's right. That's exactly what I told her. She looked at me. I said, "Like you need another hole in your head, there, Bethany.
Yeah.
What the hell's wrong with you?" She just laughed. But yeah, we got a party, man, for this little one. This one's special there. You know that.
Yes.
She's something else,
yep.
Dude. She's got her own world, own universe. That's what I call her. She's got her own universe in there.
You're just way too smart.
She is. She's way too smart. Lauren does a good job with her, though, But, yeah, I just thought I'd check in and say hey to you, man. I haven't heard from you in a while. I'd like to advertise out there with my business with you. I mean, that would be cool. I got your advertising thing. I haven't heard back from anybody. That'd be kind of cool to advertise what we're doing out here.
Yeah, they got
really good.
They're looking. They've been working on trying to get somebody hired to make some phone calls. So yeah, but they hasn't happened yet. You know what I mean?
Let me ask you this, man. This debate that we went through on Wednesday with this jackass, liberal on stage with Trump. Do you think he actually made a difference and got something started with this? That was my question to you guys tonight.
I mean, all I know is all the liberals are just, totally bent out of shape. That pretty much everybody says he ruled the night and made CNN look like a bunch of imbeciles.
Right. That's what I saw. But man, I'll tell you, his legal thing is going to hurt him. I think. I don't know, man. I love the man to death. I'd take a bullet for him. But man, he has got to just. There's something that's not right there yet. You know what I'm saying? It's like, but he was sharp as a tack. My God, he was sharp as a tack on stage with those people.
He sure was.
Crazy.
Yep. Well, and they weren't anticipating that. I mean, they full well thought they'd get him on the stage and get him cornered and make him look like a fool, but it was not to be. Yeah. All right. Well, Ron, good hearing from you. Happy birthday, little Aubrey. She should be snoozing at this late hour. All right. Somebody on board. What we got going on I-40 near Nashville? Hey there.
Hey, Steve. It's Toby. About the 219 mile marker I-40 westbound there, they are shutting lanes down, putting in new overhead information billboards. And it is backed up probably from the 219 clear back like the 230 or so, I'm guessing now.
Wow.
It took me like an hour to get through there. And they got 3 lanes shut down, then they shut 4 lanes down, and then they just break it all loose the other side of the Bradley Parkway exit there. But if you can avoid it like the plague, because it is a cluster.
So it's a bottleneck if they got 4 lanes. Is that area where it's like 5 lanes wide kind of thing? So it's the 5 lanes going to 1, you mean?
Yeah, but I mean they're taking they're like breaking them down like 1 lane at a time and doing it really slowly, so everybody's running up there to the very end as usual. You know, it's a mess.
Yeah. So you got
it. Took me over an hour to get through it, so I lost a whole hour.
Wow. So. Okay. So I don't know what the alternate route might be there because I'm not real familiar around.
Well, you could get off on 840 there way before that. Take 840 around down to like 65 or something, I would guess. Be a lot of extra miles, but I'm not sure what the time difference would be. But it's ugly, and I don't know. But they got crane trucks out there, and the electricians are out there wiring up the new billboards and everything else.
Okay, so
yada yada.
Westbound Nashville, a mess here on a Friday morning.
USA News Update. Local officers in southern border towns raising concern about the current surge of immigration. West Texas DPS Regional Director Jose Sanchez says the situation is a disaster and the Biden administration is to blame.
What were you doing during the 2 years? Why are you waiting till now on D-Day of the end of Title 42 to start deploying resources and coming up with a plan?
Sanchez says he has not gotten any help from the feds and worries there may be civil unrest soon. The Biden administration also now directing Customs and Border Protection to begin releasing immigrants into the country without court dates or the ability to track them. The head of J.P. Morgan Chase is warning that a U.S. default could cause a financial panic. In an interview with Bloomberg TV, J.P. Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon said the bank will begin daily meetings about the debt ceiling on May 21st. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Medi-Share works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. Very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back on a Friday. There you go, TGIF. What's on slate for the weekend here? Hello to Steve, loud and clear. Steve from Ottawa, Illinois, I believe, exit 93 on the I-80. There's Roy in Northwest Illinois tonight, 71 degrees. Yeah, let's see. Good night, good morning to the smartest listening audience on the planet, checking in from Texas. There's Dave. Morning, Dave. Hello to Norman, checking in from north central Kansas tonight. Clear skies, 66 degrees. Maybe a little rain later today. Linwood, checking in from Auburn, California, en route to Concord, California, over to Watertown, South Dakota. I'm in a four-wheeler. Best regards to all, he says. There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve, 64 degrees in Humphrey, Nebraska. Heading home to see our youngest, graduate college. How about that? Will be the first foray out of the house for my hot blonde wife, other than doctor's appointments. So she's pretty excited about being able to finally get out a little bit. She's healing well. Thanks for the update, Lauren. Continued healing for the wife there. Special shout out to the Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger from Parks Livestock here in Nebraska. All right. Hello, Billy. What's going on? Morning, Steve. Happy Friday. Stay safe. Happy Friday from Mac, Ontario, Canada. That's Mac saying that's Ken Mac. So Mac checking in. Hello, Mac. People checking in from everywhere this Friday morning. Let's see. Yes. Hello, Horse Feathers. How about one day closer to Mother's Day? It is. It's the big weekend. Here it is as he prepares for the Mother's Day convoy taking place there. I'm sure we'll get a full update. And I'm suspecting after what will be a very, very busy day there Sunday, probably going to be taken off Sunday night, Monday morning next week. We'll get the official word there. Thank you very much. Meanwhile, let's see. Carol checking in about the Nashville thing. She says I-840. It's about 20 miles longer between 840 and I-24. Otherwise, it's the same mileage from I-24 to I-40 west of Nashville. All right. Appreciate the heads up, the clarification. So I don't know if it's an hours-long delay, or maybe longer because it's probably just growing with each passing minute, versus an additional 20 miles. That's pretty nice. It's pretty much like when we've got issues here in this city when you're rolling 75. I-75, if you take the 275 loop around, I think it's 18, 20 miles added on to get around. But if there's a big delay, you'll get around a lot quicker. Hello to Captain Ron. One day closer to Monday.
One day closer to everybody's favorite day. I've got a couple things tonight. I saw Heat Wave's post, but I thought I went the other direction. I'd never heard anything about an earthquake. I thought it was maybe the rough roads shook his phone, making it do that. But
no,
maybe not. That's the way I went with it. And Horst Feather's fire truck, the last I heard was that he was having trouble when he was fueling up with the fuel filters. Did he ever get that resolved?
Yeah, he did say earlier this week that he did get it started again, and he thought they were ready to go.
He got it ready, roadworthy again?
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing. I'm hoping. So I saw a movie trailer the other day for the movie Barbie. You've got a granddaughter? You need to check that out. I think it's going to be the greatest movie of all time.
Really?
Yeah, you need to check out that trailer. I'm pretty sure she'll like it. And you'll love it.
Okay.
But these mass shootings, is it fair to say that the United States is the leader in that category than the rest of the world?
I off the top of my head, I don't know the answer to that question. I mean, I know some say it is, but I'd have to do some digging to get correct information.
And then if they're saying it's mental health, can that also say that the United States is the leader of mental health problems as well? You see where I'm going with this?
Sure, that might be a fair assumption, yeah.
I mean, if that's the direction they're going, I think a lot of it is just because there's no accountability for crimes now. In my way of thinking, but
right.
Maybe I'm wrong. But the other thing I got something a little better for everybody to think about for the weekend. It's less than 48 hours till Monday.
Where's my
I'll
dynamite?
leave you with that one.
Yeah. All right, Cap and Ron. Yeah, that's just what we all wanted to hear. It's less than 48 hours till Monday. Now, I guess that'd be a good lead-in, talking about there's too many criminals out on the. Pappy we were discussing that last night on the program. What's the problem? What is with all the violent crime in this country? And he said there's too many, I guess, plea deals. Yeah, pleading from a more severe charge to a lesser charge to expedite the process. But the criminals continue to be let out on the streets. And he shared a story from, I guess, over the last couple of days. When did this actually occur? It's a 13-year-old boy, no less. A 13-year-old armed with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun in a shootout with police, not once but twice, ended up shot himself after shooting one of the officers. Both are non-life-threatening injuries, they say. But, all right, at the press conference Wednesday, the officer was hit in the left foot. The boy was shot in the lower extremities. According to officials, investigators accused the boy of engaging police in at least 2 gunfights. Both of these occurred Wednesday at a crowded apartment community. Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd said this suspect had no regard for life. None. Zero. He may be 13 years old chronologically, but he is a hardened criminal, willing to shoot it out with cops. We're going to do our very best to send him to prison for a very long time. He's a very dangerous, hardened criminal. It all started about 5:15 Wednesday. Witnesses reported a white Dodge Avenger was involved in a drive-by shooting at Simpson Park. Well, there was an officer nearby. When he saw the vehicle, began a pursuit that ended with 3 people jumping from the vehicle running. Among the 3 was the armed 13-year-old running down the sidewalk near the Carrington Place apartments. Officer Smith got out of his vehicle, engaged a foot pursuit, commanding the 13-year-old, drop the weapon several times. Well, as Smith rounded the corner of the building, the 13-year-old was waiting for him in a crouched position. Handgun aimed toward the officer, fired 1 round. The officer returned fire. That's when the officer was struck in the foot. Smith reloaded and continued chasing the suspect, who quickly vanished into the bushes outside one building. Other officers arrived as backup, joining the search, including one who saw the suspect jump out of the bushes and run. They engaged in another gun battle there. And in the second gun battle, the 13-year-old was struck several times, goes down. Officers immediately rendered first aid, ultimately transported to the Tampa General Hospital. This was the 13-year-old's second arrest this year. In January, he was arrested with a stolen gun as the Polk County Sheriff's Office responded to reports of car burglaries. The gun had been taken from one of the vehicles. Polk County Sheriff's Office has joined the shooting investigation, intending to have the boy charged as an adult, including a charge of attempted murder of a police officer. Now, he entered into adult criminal activity. We're going to treat him like an adult, says Judd. Lakeland police have also arrested one of the others that was traveling in the Dodge Avenger. The third suspect has indeed been identified, but just no respect for law enforcement. 13 years old. Out there breaking in the cars, stealing guns, and no hesitation to openly engage in gun battles with law enforcement out there. It's the younger generation. What's going on in this country, folks? Well, happy Friday. Hillbilly, good morning.
TGIF, Steve. First off, wish all the mothers a very, very good and happy Mother's Day, and hope you're all kids and spouses happy y'all like you should be. But locally, things to see, botanical gardens, there's a zoo, the aquarium, Newport, got the great Creation Museum there on 275. That's just on top of my head.
Yeah, I just found out here a few weeks ago. I did not realize the Creation Museum was that close. I mean, that's only about a 20-minute drive from my house. I've never been there, but I think it's a little bit on the pricey side, but it really looks pretty cool.
And not give them a plug, but Art is giving the deal. If you're a mother, you get it free. My wife's seen an advertisement that on Facebook.
Okay.
So that's mine.
Yeah. Cincinnati Zoo. That's one of the greatest. I don't know. I mean, I know they've got zoos in California, right? I was trying to think of things you may not see elsewhere, but yeah, Cincinnati Zoo is a great destination.
Well, I got a botanical garden. It's just beautiful this time of year, anyway.
Yes.
I don't know if the spouse is going to be with them or not.
Yeah, she is.
So,
yep. They're together. Yep.
That might be going. And if you want to travel to Glencoe, we got a big tractor pull going on this weekend, Friday and Saturday night. So if you want to see some motorsports, come on down, $15, get in. I'll tell in there. I think there'll be plenty of parking.
Well, yeah, he's not actually in a truck. He's actually in they're in their little Miata. They're in a little bitty car. They're just so. They could pretty much get anywhere. Where's the tractor pulls this weekend?
Glencoe, Kentucky. It's a Hansel Sullivan Memorial Pool. It's They're going to be all the big two-wheel drive trucks are going to be there all over the country. They're going to have the super stock tractors. I think a semi-full and the Kentuckian who Sullivan's own and a couple other 4-engine tractors are going to be putting a expedition full on throughout the night.
Okay, pretty cool.
I'm good friends with Sullivan. I mean, they're pretty more solid. Known them all my life. But good people. Talking about all the tornadoes out west, they just started filming a new Twisters movie out there in El Reno, Oklahoma. I wonder if they can get some real footage on there today.
Yep.
That's kind of interesting. You talk about all of them, they just started filming it. A coincidence or not? But I'm just kind of keeping light. Everything's been so heavy about the news lately, and y'all enjoy y'all weekend.
Yeah, well, you try to do a casual Friday, right? That's what Scarecrow likes to call it, casual Friday. But there's a lot of serious stuff going on out there, isn't there? In the meantime, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, all kind of tips for Santa Claus. Somebody said, hey, tell Santa Claus to check out Entertainment Junction. I've wanted to check that out for years now. I've never been there. If you're into the model train things, it looks like a really fascinating place. But yes, Entertainment Junction, as in trains. Yeah, all kind of stuff in this town. Hey, what else in the mix here? I'll get to some of our industry headlines coming up here. We did touch last evening on over there in Horsefeather's neck of the woods, the train incident where a train striking not one but two semi-trucks at a crossing. Now, they're now saying it's being blamed on the overgrown vegetation, overgrown trees, restricting visibility at the crossing. This happened Wednesday, Rosedale, Maryland. They say the trucks who come in and out of this industrial area go across that grade crossing without stopping many times. One resident who blames the overgrown vegetation and the trees said you can't see a train coming until you're practically on top of the grade crossing. Drivers involved in previous wrecks at the location told investigators they chose to drive straight over the tracks without stopping because the vegetation makes it impossible to see what's coming unless they actually stop on the tracks. So I guess in this particular situation, timing is everything. It's an industrial park. And when I was trying to figure out how do you have two trucks being hit at the same, obviously, so one truck was probably coming in and another was coming out. And the one coming in, the truck driver says, well, he's crossing, so I'll go ahead and cross. And ultimately, both of them hit by the train. So there you go. Hey, what day is it?
Hey, Becky, what day is it? Yeah, you know that.
Yeah, her hump day. So we all set? Mother's Day weekend, Captain Ron was asking, is the fire truck all ready to roll? Is it roadworthy?
As far as I know it is. I took it out today and actually filled it all the way up because not only do I have to do the Mother's Day truck convoy on Sunday, I got in with this fire group as part of the SPAMFA. Now, SPAMFA is the Preservation of Antique Fire Apparatus. It's kind of like the American Truck Historical Society. They kind of work hand in hand, side by side, but in two different modes there. The ATHS there, they do mostly commercial trucks, and the SPAMFA there, they do fire apparatus and all the way back to hand-drawn. So they're into saving everything that they can. So anyways, the local chapter of that's got a deal that was going on with a Heroes Night with the York Revolution baseball team, the minor league team there in York, Pennsylvania. And they wanted a half dozen fire trucks, and all this was supposed to happen last weekend, and I don't know what happened, but it got pushed off to this weekend. So Saturday night, I'm going to be in York for the York Revolution baseball game and go home from there and then go out first thing dark and early to head to Manheim, Pennsylvania for the Mother's Day truck convoy. So I guess we'll see how all that works out for us there.
There you go. It's a busy weekend.
But as far as I know, everything should run. I haven't got my replacement fuel filters yet, so I still got my old ones in that I rinsed out and put back in. I knock on wood that what I had in there from getting the fuel tank changed and that I got in the old filters that I got rinsed out well enough that everything will stay together and not get plugged up, and we'll get through everything this weekend, and hopefully by then we'll get our new fuel filters and get that old thing all taken back apart and get the new ones put in, and then we should be good to go for the fuel system wise for the rest of the summer. But
sounds like a plan.
As far as your train incident here, down there where that happens, that's actually an unguarded crossing. I'm not sure if there's a bell. There might be a bell at that crossing, but other than that, there's just a sign that says, the choo-choo tracks are here and watch out. Now I know there are whistle signs on the tracks so that, when the approaching train is coming to the grade crossing, they're supposed to be blowing their air horns, blowing their whistles to alert traffic that, the train's coming through. So I don't know if these guys are slowing down enough and opening their windows to make sure that if you can't hear the train, you might at least be able, or if you can't see the train, you could at least be able to hear the train. I don't know what they're doing, but if it's the grade crossing I'm thinking of, because there is a couple different ones that are that style down there in Rosedale off Pulaski Highway, which is US 40. And they go back into a couple industrial areas, and one of them is a refuse place. There's a lot of trash trucks that go back and forth, and if you look back through the history of that, you'll see where a couple of roll-off trucks there have been hit, and other trash trucks have been hit. And then there is, I believe, it's either a blacktop plant or a concrete plant that's back there, and those trucks cross it as well. But there is a lot of overhanging vegetation, and not only there, but But even out on the highways at intersections, there's a lot of intersections that I come up to in Maryland with a truck that you can't see across, down to, if you're at a stop sign, you can't see what's coming up the highway because, the tree limbs and stuff, especially now the leaves are getting back out. You can't see. In a car, it's perfectly fine. And these guys in the highway departments ride around in their pickup trucks and everything's all fine and dandy. And
they don't detect anything. I mean, how difficult would it be to put some crossing guards? I mean, because they've said there's been numerous incidents there at that particular crossing, one that involved an explosion, but hold that thought.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. The Biden administration is now allowing for the release of immigrants into the country without court dates or the ability to track them. A newly announced policy will place immigrants on parole without enrolling them in a mobile app intake system. Texas Republican Representative Joey Arrington says President Biden is conceding the border to the drug cartels.
The president's first job is to provide for a common defense and to uphold the laws of the land. That's not happening. He has the tools. He has the authority. He doesn't have the will.
Previously, those released without court dates to help overcrowding were enrolled in a program that required them to check in on a mobile app until they were given a court date. Not so anymore. Now that the nationwide COVID public health emergency is ending, what does it mean when it comes to staying COVID-free?
The experts say the advice is the same as always. Get the shot.
Getting boosted is contributing greatly to preventing severe cases as well as death.
Dr. Jason Rosenfeld at the University of Texas Health System says the vaccine and its boosters won't prevent you from getting COVID, but the effect could be the difference between feeling like the flu and being on a ventilator. And when it comes to getting the shot,
vaccines remain free, and they will remain free for a time period, but we just don't know how long that is.
So Rosenfeld says, get that shot now while it is still free. I'm Richard Johnson.
Top Pentagon officials warning of the impact a debt default would have on the U.S. military.
We won't, in some cases, be able to pay our troops with any degree of predictability, and that predictability is really, really important for us.
While testifying before Congress, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said a default could benefit China, America's biggest adversary. A meeting on the debt ceiling between President Biden and congressional leaders scheduled for Friday is now being postponed. This is USA News.
So, you need life insurance, right? Protection for your family, but who has time to meet with an agent? You're busy. But what if there was a better way? A way to protect your family, your loved ones, make sure you can send your kids to college, keep the family home, no matter what happens? Well, you can. With no agent visit, no medical exam, no blood work, none of the stuff that makes life insurance a hassle. Go to ethosliferadio.com. That's ethosliferadio.com. Ethos Life Radio is a 100% online buying platform for life insurance powered by Ethos. We match you after a simple online interview with a life insurance policy that matches your needs at the best price. EthosLifeRadio.com shops your policy to over 100 carriers instantly to get you the best price. And best of all, EthosLifeRadio.com is a marketplace. This is not a lead source. Your information will not just be sold with endless emails, calls, and texts. We give you the opportunity to buy life insurance online. Simple, in less than 15 minutes online, with no medical exam if you qualify. Do the right thing for your family today. Go to EthosLifeRadio.com. EthosLifeRadio.com.
The FDA will no longer restrict blood donations based on someone's sexual orientation. Gay and bisexual men were first banned from donating blood by the FDA during the 1980s HIV/AIDS crisis. Advocates have long fought for the change, saying the HIV epidemic has long since changed itself. The FDA will now take an individual risk-based approach to reducing the risk of HIV infections through blood donations. Football fans have been waiting for the NFL 2023 regular season schedule. Now they have it.
Some of the highlights: the first game of the year features the Detroit Lions traveling to Kansas City to take on the Chiefs. The Dolphins head to East Rutherford to play the Jets in the NFL's first ever Black Friday game on November 24th. Meanwhile, the New York Giants travel to Philadelphia to play the Eagles on Christmas Day. On Thanksgiving, the Green Bay Packers will face the Lions in Detroit. I'm Dave Collins.
New York Congressman George Santos is settling a stolen check case in Brazil. The embattled Republican reached a deal with Brazilian authorities after he was accused of stealing a checkbook and buying a pair of sneakers. In exchange for paying a fine and paying back the victim, adjusted for inflation, charges have been dropped. This comes after Santos was hit with wire fraud and money laundering charges in the U.S. this week. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, a lot of folks making those summer vacation plans. Yeah, well, they told us several months ago they've been watching this massive blob of smelly, annoying seaweed. And that it was going to be coming ashore as we head into like peak vacation season. And according to AccuWeather this past day, to the disappointment of Floridians and vacationers, the record-breaking giant blob has begun reaching the shores. After traveling for weeks over the open sea, piles of sargassum. Large brown algae that floats in mass quantities stretching for miles across the ocean. It's a beneficial habitat for marine species, fish, sea turtles, crabs, shrimp. But obviously it's an annoyance for those beach lovers. When that stinky mass reaches the shore, as these overabundant lumps of seaweed emit a foul, pungent scent of hydrogen sulfide as it decomposes. It smells like rotten eggs. It's even been known to cause respiratory issues for those with asthma or breathing problems. And they tell us with the amount set to increase during the peak bloom months of June and July, Florida officials are getting kind of nervous about the impacts on vacationers and the local economy. One local says our beach could be literally cleaned at 8 a.m. 3-4 hours later, a giant mat of sargassum the size of a mall will come in like the Blob. I mean, something out of a Stephen King movie. It is not pleasant for swimmers. A video obtained by NPR here the first week of May shows the massive bloom impacting beachgoers along the Florida Keys there in Marathon, Florida. The typically blue ocean covered several feet deep in the algae's brownish hue. Onshore, the seaweed is a nuisance, cutting off access to beaches, hampering the use of coastal waters, disrupting the ecosystems, making a huge, stinking mess. According to the National Ocean and Atmospheric Administration, they're working on a weekly risk assessment for beaches at the risk of the sargassum incursion. Back in April, the sargassum levels out in the Caribbean was breaking records. The massive algae belt growing to an estimated 13 million tons in size. I mean, that's a lot of seaweed. All right. Research professor on algae at the Florida Atlantic University told the Palm Beach Post the sargassum overgrowth is also due to the seaweed building on itself. Starting each new crop with ample seed material really becomes a problem when it piles up. It literally fills the man-made canals coming right up in front of people's homes, surrounding the docks. Of course, the massive quantities will clog your boat propellers, impacting other popular summer activities for residents and tourists. Palm Beach officials say that to combat the growth this time, they're planning to either bury the sargassum on the island's north end or try to remove it entirely if there's too much to actually bury. Boy, the seaweed is almost like floating barriers off the coast. It's already coming into the Keys. It's begun coming in along Mexico's Tulum National Park. I know some folks are checking their records for their vacation destinations. I mean, who wants to spend a week at a pricey hotel on a beach that's covered in nasty, stinky seaweed, right? All right, welcome back, Orc Feathers.
Do you think they can use that stuff for biodiesel at all or biofuels? I mean, they talked about algae and stuff for making alternative fuels. Maybe they ought to look into what they can do with this stuff. They got 13 million tons of it. That'd be something to do, maybe. I don't know. But then, and you said it has hydrogen sulfide. Is there any way to split the hydrogen off and they can use that for the new hydrogen cells that they're trying to
good question,
to make? Yeah, just a question there. But so anyways, I guess we were still talking about the train and that crossing and as I said, there's been multiple, but there's a lot in Maryland and lacking of highway maintenance, of visibility for trucks is a big thing, especially out on the state highways and the county roads that you just can't see around a lot of intersections and a lot of roads because there is a lack of tree trimming that's ever done anymore. It just doesn't seem to happen anymore. So I don't know what the deal is with that. And to touch on your younger generation there and their carrying of firearms, apparently there was an incident in Baltimore that a 17-year-old, get this, Your Honor, a 17-year-old had an illegal firearm.
Oh, really?
I'm assuming a handgun with a large capacity magazine or a higher capacity magazine than what was legal, and he got in a little shootout with police, and so anyways, there was a whole deal on that, and of course the local crowd that saw everything happen there was, of course, yelling about police brutality, and of course, when they were asked what happened, they're like, "Well, we only saw the very end when the individual was tackled. They didn't see the proceedings that led up to it." So, of course, they were saying that the police officers were being mean and nasty, but nobody had talked about the the incident with the weapon and I believe a discharge of the weapon possibly, but there's ours were a little older, our crime, this time was 17, but there's been quite a few in the news that have been, 14, 15, 16, and a lot of them, were involved somewhere with the, the drug ways and the gangs and, the initiation of gangs, getting into the gangs, they're required to do certain things. And so, it's beautiful. Come on to Baltimore. Tell Santa Claus to come to Baltimore because it's just so beautiful and nice. They got a wine festival going on. They started a new one. I don't know how they figured this out. They're calling it the first annual. Now, I thought to get an annual, you actually had to already have one. But anyways, they're having some sort of wine festival there at the Inner Harbor, the first one and they're hoping it'll be a success. And good luck to them for that, especially after dark. We'll see how all that works out. And hey, in the baseball news, have you checked out? I hate to say it, have you checked out the Baltimore Orioles? They actually had a pretty good series here, I guess, on the news. I forget who it was they played. But they're in the number 2 spot, and they said they were actually on the way to have a 105 game winning streak if their season continues the way it is now.
Wow.
And they haven't been above 100 wins since, I guess, way back in the days of, I think they said Earl Weaver in the bullpen. So that's quite a ways back. But anyways, I don't know. That's about all we got going for you. It's somewhere in the mid 60s. I'm getting a little further north on 81 there. I was down around Harrisburg. It was around 62, and we're getting a little further up to 81 here towards Scranton, and we're down to about 55. But it looks like a pretty clear night. And hey, if anybody's interested in coming to Manheim or being in the area to watch the convoy, we're supposed to have a great day on Sunday, Your Honor.
I was going to say, I saw that, I'm not seeing rain. It's partly cloudy, 74. Is that what you're hearing?
Absolutely. We got a 60% chance Saturday morning, and by midday Saturday, it's all supposed to clear up, break up, and be a gorgeous, spectacular day on Sunday there for Mother's Day. And as you said, mid-70s, so it's not going to be too hot. They'll probably, that'll allow a lot of things to happen outside, even though at Manheim there's, everything can be undercover. It's going to allow a lot of the outside activities to go on. So it should be back in pretty much its full glory of what it was before COVID, I'm hoping.
There you go.
Things ought to be rocking and rolling. And just remember, Casual Friday does not mean drive naked.
Very good. All right. Well, hope all goes well. Have a great weekend. Happy Mother's Day weekend and all. We'll chat with you, if not in our loneliest hour, maybe sometime next week. And it is 844-3388. All right. Under the industry headlines, here we are heading toward mid-May. This month of May is going to be a month to watch in terms of truckload freight volumes. Based on the reports from DAT Freight and Analytics, the truckload volume index, which gives a measure of loads moved during a given month, declined again in April. That was the fourth consecutive month of decline. Now, typically from March to April, freight volumes do tend to decline. However, van and reefer numbers are the lowest they've been since February of 2021. Flatbed volumes fell by nearly 14%. May, they say, is going to be a pivotal month for shippers, brokers, and carriers, according to the DAT chief of analytics. After a challenging first 4 months of the year, we expect to see the effects of seasonality on freight volumes and rates. The question is how sustainable those effects are going to be. Load to truck ratios were also down. That indicates less demand for truckload capacity on the spot market. Now, demand for reefer and van has not been this low since the COVID pandemic started. Van spot rates are now 71 cents lower year over year. Reefer spot rates 72 cents below the April numbers from last year. Fuel surcharge rates also fell for all equipment types, while the average price per gallon of diesel was down 11 cents compared to March of this year. In order for the market to rebound, he explained what has to take place and when that might happen. The supply of trucks on the spot market needs to diminish, which unfortunately means more carriers exiting the market, he says. There needs to be higher demand for trucks. In other words, shippers with more loads than they planned for. Now, in 2016 and 2019, it was precisely the third week in May when the spot market entered a recovery phase after prolonged declines or stagnation. If we see an uptick in demand before Memorial Day, that would be a welcome sign for owner-operators and small carriers as we head into the summer and eventually the fall. So, crucial month right now, according to DAT Freight Analytics.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Real quick, I'll touch on the CNN town hall that took place that has the liberals, their panties are all in a bunch, outraged CNN should be ashamed of themselves. Yeah, Anderson Cooper. Does anybody watch Anderson? Anderson Cooper defended CNN's decision to host the town hall Wednesday night with Donald Trump. Critics ripped the event. Just a day after the jury in New York found Trump liable for the defamation case. Detractors also pointed to the fact that Trump tried to cling to power after losing the election, that he incited the Capitol insurrection. Trump spent much of the town hall talking about those various issues, but they say lying about various issues. So says Anderson Cooper. He opened his program this past evening, AC 360, addressing the town hall and the ensuing backlash. He says, quote, "Before we begin with tonight's broadcast, I want to say something about what we witnessed at last night's town hall. Many of you have expressed deep anger and disappointment. Many of you are upset that someone who attempted to destroy our democracy was invited to sit on a stage in front of a crowd of Republican voters to answer questions and predictably continue to spew lie after lie after lie. And I get it. It was disturbing." Now, he went on to rattle off several of the, quote, offensive remarks, such as referring to a black police officer as a thug, calling the moderator, Caitlin Collins, a nasty person, and lying about the 2020 election. Now, many of you think CNN shouldn't have given him any platform to speak. I understand the anger about that, giving him the audience, the time. I get it. But this is what I also get. The man you were so disturbed to see and hear from last night, that man is the front runner for the Republican nomination for president. And according to polling, no other Republican is even close. Now, I said the Republican and Republican-leaning attendees at the town hall are a sampling of about half the people in this country. They're your family members, they're your neighbors, and they are voting. And many said they are voting for him. He ended with a warning that Trump could become president again, telling viewers that staying in your silo isn't going to make Trump disappear, pointing out that CNN viewers have every right to tune out if they wish. If last night showed anything, it showed it can happen again. It is happening again. He hasn't changed. He's running hard. You have every right to be outraged and angry and never watch this network again, but do you think staying in your silo and only listening to people you agree with is going to make that person go away? If we only listen to those we agree with, it may actually do the opposite. If lies are allowed to go unchecked, as imperfect as our ability to check them is on a stage in real time, those lies continue and those lies spread. If you're angry or upset, you have the power to do something about it. You can actually get involved. You can make a difference, whatever side of the aisle you're on. After last night, none of us can say, I didn't know what's out there. I didn't know what's coming. So, yeah, Anderson Cooper, no less. Interesting coming from him. But here we are on a Friday. What do you say? Scarecrow, good morning.
Well, let me tell you, Steve, you're correct in saying there's a boatload of seriousness out here for the program this morning, but now we'll get a little casualness going and get this started here. I struggled here a little bit. I did not realize there was guidelines and rules and restrictions of casual driving. At the moment here, that phrase "getting caught with your pants down" that kind of fits the moment here. But since I learned that there is no naked driving allowed from the previous caller, I have to accommodate and adjust here. But we'll get our act together here yet. that Santa Claus is in Ohio or going to be in Ohio. Now, what's he going to do?
He is in Toronto right now. I believe you said they're leaving for Ohio on Monday, and they'll be down. They're stopping up there at Wright Pat. Now, obviously, they stopped at Wright Pat on their way up to Canada. I don't know if they stopped for the museum there or not, but I said that's a definite. You want to go through there, the Air Force Museum.
Oh, okay. Well, would a trip through town be complete with at least a drive-by of the secret bunker? Now,
right?
This is just a thought here. Now, Steve, you're going to have to get yourself a cowbell, just to make this easier for him to find the place. A cowbell and a hat. Now, I don't know if you have a floppy hat at home. I'm sure you could probably come up with one. The cowbell might be a little bit tougher. You may have to give a call to Tex there and see if you couldn't borrow that. But no, I have this image of Steve Summers out on the curb, ringing that cowbell and drawing in the prospective tourists there. How's that work for you?
I make a pit stop. Yeah, that would work.
Yeah, there we go. See, and somebody mentioned the train museum or model railroad museum. That might be something he'd be interested in. I don't know. He's from Sacramento there. They have that's a pretty nice railroad museum out there. We caught it last spring, and very, very cool model railroad dioramas and such, the detail and such.
Yeah.
No, that in all seriousness.
I've pulled up Entertainment Junction on the internet. I know at Christmas time it's a very, very busy place, but yeah, let me pause there.
USA News Update. San Diego County Supervisor Jim Desmond has gone to the border ahead of the end of Title 42 tonight. The COVID-era policy allows for migrants to be quickly turned back, and he's calling for a controlled, safe process for letting migrants into the United States.
We were told about 3,500 people are there on the Tijuana border, and normally there's only a couple hundred, and we don't really have a safe, humane process at our border at this time.
Back at the White House, President Biden is celebrating the conservation actions taken by his administration.
Over the past 2 years, these investments help protect our iconic outdoor spaces.
While speaking from the White House Rose Garden, said he's protected more lands and waters than any other president since John F. Kennedy. The Celtics season is on the line tonight in the NBA playoffs, trying to force Game 7 against the 76ers in Philly. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration cleans. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, welcome back on a Friday, TGIF. Hello to Buckeye Boy. Checking in from just west of Eric, Oklahoma. Rolling I-40 where I stopped for fuel and put in the everyday diesel treatment. Just got into Texas, hit some heavy rain and a good light show east of Oklahoma City earlier. You know, those Soros-backed DAs downgraded charges or do plea deals so they can say serious crime numbers are down. That's why they do it. Got to get me a PM done today. Give my truck its semi-annual dose of Stiction Eliminator. Keeping that truck up and running. All right, very good. Thanks for supporting the product. Have a great night and a better weekend. Everybody be careful out there. All right, hello to Miss Millie. Just saying hello, wishing every mother a very happy, blessed Mother's Day. Whether you're a mother to children or just maybe fur babies, everybody stay safe and well. Be blessed out there. And hello to Kevin. Good morning, Steve and the overnight crew. Shout out to Horse Feathers this morning. Okay, it is 844-844-3388. All right, welcome back, Scarecrow. Thank you much.
Well, that break worked out quite well there, Steve. I was able to get back in full company attire here now. Took my hat off of that in basic prizes for anybody anymore there. So yeah. Anyway, thinking about that fire truck and the parade there, you know, Horse Feathers there. You put up quite the battle getting that water cannon or nozzle or whatever the heck it was there for that truck. You know, man, if he could figure out some way to shoot that silly string from that thing. Remember from years back, those cans of that stuff you could get and squirt all over the place. That'd be quite the hit on that parade, I'm thinking. And maybe he's one step ahead of us on that and already has that going. But, well, anyway, are we done with casualness yet? Well, the thoughts are that railroad crossing. My dad, this go back 50 years back, it was a uncontrolled unsignaled. Back when the BN over in our area had to run the double track mains, and you let the one train pass, the first train pass, and okay, that was signaled to go, and he let the clutch out, and he had the steer axle up on that set of tracks, and here comes the other train northbound. The view was blocked.
Yep.
What are the odds of, they got arms and lights and all kinds of fanciness there now, but what could have been, let's see, where else is we going? Yeah, that 13-year-old. How many times are we going to hear now of what a sweet child he was, and it's a shame he just fell in with the wrong crowd. That's the way that's going to go. We can most likely, we're profiling again, yeah. It was probably a fatherless household. But in today's world, Dad, it's another generation up from the current, mischievousness and out of control attitudes and such way. It's probably the household word that carry on like Dad. He even knows who Dad is, but so yeah, we're going to hear about how it was unfair treatment that the cops laid on him and whatnot. But beyond that, one other thing. Recall a couple nights back, I gave a big cookie to a girl up our way that is taking my mom under her wings. I mentioned that she was going to be attending a forum that next day revolving around more transparency and medical billings and insurance coverage and various things like that. Now, I have not spoken to her since that. I may see her later this morning. But I forgot to mention, I guess the show ran out before I got to it. I mentioned last fall or this winter her daughter had been in for 2 days in the hospital. And we're still under the COVID at that time, so they gave her a COVID test. Well, then they realized, wait a minute, we have to give her the instant or the 15-minute one or such.
Mm-hmm.
They gave her the one that takes 2 or 3 days to get the results. Well, they got the bill, Steve. They got charged $800 for that first test.
Wow.
Even though it was a hospital's mistake, and $400 for the second test. Now she's working with an attorney, insurance billing, and whatever his specialty is. But either way, this is what she told me. She said, "You read in the very fine print. The hospital, even if it makes a mistake, the patient is responsible for the cost."
Really? Oh, isn't that nice?
There has to be more to this than I can believe. She is pretty sharp on all this, and yeah, she's taking them to the woodshed, whether anything comes of that or not. But I'm here to say there's more to follow on this story. So that's all I really have for you at the moment here, pal.
All right, very good.
Catch up with you later.
So
on.
even if you look at the fine, and of course nobody reads the fine print. If we screw up, you're responsible for the bill anyway. Do what? All right, with the expiration of Title 42, right on the leading up to that, yesterday, Thursday, the Republican-led House indeed passed its first major border security bill since gaining control of the House, kind of coinciding with the end of Title 42. The bill passed 219 to 213, almost entirely along party lines. All but 2 Republicans voted in favor, and every Democrat voted against. 2 Democrats and 1 Republican did not vote. Now, obviously, it will face strong headwinds in the Senate, where the Democrats' narrow majority not likely to pass it. We need to do something about the border, do we not? The Republicans' Secure the Border Act would restore construction on a southwest border wall and hinder asylum access. It would also cut a program that lets U.S. officials quickly accept or turn back some migrants from Venezuela, Haiti, Cuba, and Nicaragua who can apply to come to the U.S. for 2 years legally and work. Ukrainian refugees could also be impacted in theory since they're in the U.S. under the same type of agreement. Now, this, timing-wise, yes, as Title 42 ended at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time, Thursday evening. With this wave of migrants expected to begin flooding the southwest border, with the end of Title 42, of course, we've deployed 1,500 active duty troops to help Customs and Border Protection. Now, what the Senate wants. The Senate's proposing their own bill, which does have some bipartisan support. It is led by Senator Thom Tillis of North Carolina and Kyrsten Sinema of Arizona. Joe Manchin co-sponsors John Cornyn of Texas, which would give the Biden administration a 2-year extension of the functions of Title 42. It would allow the administration to expel migrants, but it would not be tied to a public health emergency like Title 42 was. Why does this matter? Well, members of Congress, including some of the president's Democrat Party, have complained that the Biden administration has no real plan for addressing the end of Title 42, as we know. They say their plan offers a solution in the absence of strong leadership. What is McCarthy saying? More than 11,000 illegals were caught yesterday crossing the border, the highest single-day total ever. Now, he said that on the chamber floor Wednesday. This is President Biden's record on the border. Record crossings, record carelessness, record chaos. Now, Democrats respond. Senator Bob Menendez criticized the administration for sending 1,500 troops to the border. Again, this is a Democrat. He said the administration has had over 2 years to plan for the eventual end of this Trump-era policy in a way that doesn't compromise our values as a country. I've offered them a strategic, comprehensive plan, which they've largely ignored, trying to score political points or intimidate migrants by sending the military to the border caters to the Republican xenophobic attacks or xenophobes. No, Mr. Menendez, we actually have laws, rules, and laws in this country. And we're simply asking that you, who swore an oath to the Constitution to uphold the laws of the land, do your damn job. Call us a xenophobe for wanting the laws to be upheld? Joe Manchin, of course, a Democrat up for re-election, said it's truly a shame we continue to govern from crisis to crisis, despite ample notice about the pending expiration. This administration has failed to properly secure our southern border. The crisis is only getting worse, and our broken immigration system is ill-equipped to handle it, yes. So as the Democrats typically do, looking to start calling you names for simply wanting to uphold the laws that exist in this country. All right, Donut Man, got you coming up here just ahead. 5-7 is on board and room for you on a Friday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Friday, TGIF. Mother's Day weekend coming on. Yes, indeed. And hello to Brother Rambler, who says good evening wherever you might be. Brother Rambler checking in with you from a wet, rainy Rutan, Alabama. Steve, did you get the termite story I sent you? It's awful down here. Yes, I did. I have that right here before me. They're all over the place at night, but happy Mother's Day to all the mommies out there. And tune in to Determined Ministries Church, 5 p.m. Central, 6 Eastern, for our special Mother's Day service. God has a special message on mamas. Hell hath no fury when it comes to a praying mother. Where would we be at today if a lot of us didn't have a mama praying for us? All right, I'll try to call in later, God's children. Till then, behave, stay safe, and know that Jesus and Brother Rambler loves y'all. I know what he's referring to. It's termite swarming season. It hasn't quite, I haven't seen it evolve here just yet, but I've had my own fair share of termites swarming, coming out of some of the cut off tree stumps and things like that, dead wood, where they've nested. He's talking about Alabama. They swarm at night, sometimes by the thousands, attracted to light. And this week, they're back. May is the main time that you're going to start seeing the Fossman termites. Now, he says, this time of year, generally, everything kicks off. The moisture's right. We're getting a lot more temperature in the ground, and they start swarming. His company, Solutions in Fairhope. His company doesn't treat termites, but they have a lot of experience working with them. Formosan termites, sometimes something most of us have seen at least once, at least in Alabama this past week, showing up across the Gulf Coast. But he reminds homeowners to pay attention. Don't worry right away. Don't freak out. It's natural. This is nature. This is what they do. This is their mating season. Now, since the termites are attracted to light, he said it's a good idea to maybe keep those exterior lights off, and eventually they'll move on to another lit area. If you notice a lot of them getting into your home, that's when you need to watch where they're coming from. 1, 2, 3, 4, a few of them on the floor, not a big deal. That's what they'll do. They'll pull their wings off and walk around your floor. If it looks like a little beetle, if you now see hundreds of them in your home, that could be an alarm. He recommends using painter's tape to seal doors and windows. Call a professional if you see them coming out of your wall. Walk the perimeter of your home, inspect it often. Keep damp mulch away from the foundation. That could also help as well. They can cause a lot of damage very quickly. So it's important to keep a close watch now more than ever. With the Formicin termite, it doesn't just have to start at the ground to eat your home. They can actually start all the way up at the roof by the chimney. If you have any kind of leaks in your home, that could create all kinds of conditions that are conductive for them. I guess they like the moisture, the wet wood. Now, he also said keeping lights off inside your home during the month of May may actually also help. Turn off the lights. All right, it's a new one on me, but what do you say, Donut Man?
Good morning, Steve. How are you?
Doing well. What's been happening?
Oh, not too much. Just out here playing professional tours, going by Mount Gilead here on my way back down to Wilmington.
Yeah, wave it.
About 54 degrees and dry and moving right along. Hey, a couple things Santa Claus might like. If he's coming through Dayton, Carillon Park's a nice place to go visit. And they have a Packard Museum in downtown Dayton he might like. I don't know if he likes cars or not. But Entertainment Junction, he should definitely stop there. That's one of the daughters. That's one of her favorite places to go.
I've never been there, but
pretty
I
neat.
pulled it up and I didn't realize. I guess that thing has really expanded a lot in recent years. There's a lot to see there, huh?
Yeah, it's been a while since we've been there. That'd be something like you get like one of those dreary days to take your grandkids to. They'll love it. Hell, I can't believe little Aubrey's 3 years old already.
Yep.
Good Lord.
No
Doesn't
kidding.
seem like it's been that long. It was good to hear Ron call in. I've first heard him in a while. Another place you'd want to stop and check out, you might want to check out Jungle Gyms on his way down.
Yeah.
Just to see it, and that'd be something to check out. And down off Spring Grove down there's Cincinnati has a sign museum. That's kind of neat. And Newport Aquarium be a good one to go.
Yep,
If you want to cross
yep.
the river and go over to the Newport Aquarium.
Believe it or not, I've never been to the Newport Aquarium either. I mean, when we lived there in Northwest Georgia, we went to the Chattanooga Aquarium several times, but I've never been to the Newport.
Oh, Newport's nice. That'd be another thing to take the grandkids to. They'd love it, too. Now, I've never been to the Gap down to Tennessee, down to the aquarium down there, that Ripley's Aquarium, but I heard that's really nice, too. And I might have to take advantage. We have a employee resort there in Pigeon Forge where employees can stay free, so may have to take advantage of that one of these days and just take a few days and go down there and check it out. But this whole thing, take a guess, Steve, how much media coverage there was to the pay-to-play scandal by the Biden crime family? Zero. Not one mention of it on any of the Pravda networks.
Right, right.
But they were all over the Santos story.
Yep.
And, how the evil Republicans are, not, or the debt ceiling. I'm sorry there, Chucky Boy and Little Joe. The Republicans did give you a bill that raises the debt ceiling, and this whole thing is on you, Chuck and Joe, because you don't want to sit down. You just want to keep going with the out-of-control spending and collapsing purposely, in my opinion, purposely collapsing the economy to bring in the digital currency. where everybody has a social credit score like they do in
like
China.
the Chinese. Yeah,
Like,
absolutely. Yeah.
You say something we don't like, well, no, you can't access your money today. Oh, you want to get $300 to go to the grocery? No, we don't think you need that much. Here, you can have $3 because you said something bad about us and we didn't like it and it hurt our feelings or it offended this one or whatever. That's just what I think about it. And this whole situation at the borders, like you kind of alluded to yesterday, what somebody like Minister would say, well, Trump held them back for all this time. That's why they're all rushing the border now because they weren't able to when Trump was in there. I can't believe, I never understood I have a question for him I'd like to hear an answer and what he has to say. Why is it in the black community, if a person decides to walk away from the plantation, work hard, work smart, and become something, how is he a threat or whatever to their people? You would think that his people would hold him up and say, look, he can make it, so can you.
That this can be done. I get you 100% there. Hey, we're up against news break, though, so we'll pause. It's 844-844-3388 on a Friday, the Overnight Drive.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. The Biden administration is now allowing for the release of immigrants into the country without court dates or the ability to track them. A newly announced policy will place immigrants on parole without enrolling them in a mobile app intake system. Texas Republican Representative Joey Arrington says President Biden is conceding the border to the drug cartels.
The president's first job is to provide for a common defense and to uphold the laws of the land. That's not happening. He has the tools. He has the authority. He doesn't have the will.
Previously, those released without court dates to help overcrowding were enrolled in a program that required them to check in on a mobile app until they were given a court date. Not so anymore. Now that the nationwide COVID public health emergency is ending, what does it mean when it comes to staying COVID-free?
The experts say the advice is the same as always. Get the shot.
Getting boosted is contributing greatly to preventing severe cases as well as death.
Dr. Jason Rosenfeld at the University of Texas Health System says the vaccine and its boosters won't prevent you from getting COVID, but the effect could be the difference between feeling like the flu and being on a ventilator. And when it comes to getting the shot,
Vaccines remain free, and they will remain free for a time period, but we just don't know how long that is.
So Rosenfeld says, get that shot now while it is still free. I'm Richard Johnson.
Top Pentagon officials warning of the impact a debt default would have on the U.S. military.
We won't, in some cases, be able to pay our troops with any degree of predictability, and that predictability is really, really important for us.
While testifying before Congress, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said a default could benefit China, America's biggest adversary. A meeting on the debt ceiling between President Biden and congressional leaders scheduled for Friday is now being postponed. This is USA News.
So, you need life insurance, right? Protection for your family? But who has time to meet with an agent? You're busy. But what if there was a better way? A way to protect your family, your loved ones, make sure you can send your kids to college, keep the family home, no matter what happens? Well, you can. With no agent visit, no medical exam, no blood work, none of the stuff that makes life insurance a hassle. Go to ethosliferadio.com. That's ethosliferadio.com. Ethos Life Radio is a 100% online buying platform for life insurance powered by Ethos. We match you after a simple online interview with a life insurance policy that matches your needs at the best price. EthosLifeRadio.com shops your policy to over 100 carriers instantly to get you the best price. And best of all, EthosLifeRadio.com is a marketplace. This is not a lead source. Your information will not just be sold with endless emails, calls, and texts. We give you the opportunity to buy life insurance online. Simple, in less than 15 minutes online, with no medical exam if you qualify. Do the right thing for your family today. Go to EthosLifeRadio.com. EthosLifeRadio.com.
The FDA will no longer restrict blood donations based on someone's sexual orientation. Gay and bisexual men were first banned from donating blood by the FDA during the 1980s HIV/AIDS crisis. Advocates have long fought for the change, saying the HIV epidemic has long since changed itself. The FDA will now take an individual risk-based approach to reducing the risk of HIV infections through blood donations. Football fans have been waiting for the NFL 2023 regular season schedule. Now they have it.
Some of the highlights: the first game of the year features the Detroit Lions traveling to Kansas City to take on the Chiefs. The Dolphins head to East Rutherford to play the Jets in the NFL's first ever Black Friday game on November 24th. Meanwhile, the New York Giants travel to Philadelphia to play the Eagles on Christmas Day. On Thanksgiving, the Green Bay Packers will face the Lions in Detroit. I'm Dave Collins.
New York Congressman George Santos is settling a stolen check case in Brazil. The embattled Republican reached a deal with Brazilian authorities after he was accused of stealing a checkbook and buying a pair of sneakers. In exchange for paying a fine and paying back the victim, adjusted for inflation, charges have been dropped. This comes after Santos was hit with wire fraud and money laundering charges in the U.S. this week. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight, a fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
much, and welcome back on a Friday. It is 844-844-3388. I got your little question there. Let me flip back over. Who asked the question? It's actually from the email. Scooter was asking, hey, Steve, something going on with a refinery or something? I'm seeing unleaded gas selling for the same price as diesel along the I-75 corridor here in Ohio. Now, last evening, someone also asked if I had any, like we saw like a 30-cent a gallon jump, I think, in some of our local stations here in our area. Only thing I was able to find, this is out of Lima, Ohio. The Cenovus Lima refinery says everything is stable after an incident with one of their units Wednesday afternoon. The refinery went into lockdown and initiated their emergency response plan after an operational issue was discovered affecting one of their units. Company officials say the Shawnee Township firefighters were called out of an abundance of caution, but they said operations at the Lima refinery is stable. Said our first priority is always the safety of the people and the community. All right. So that's pretty much it. I don't know if that would have any sort of an impact on a jump in gas prices in this region. Maybe. The Cenovus refinery, Cenovus Energy. So if I find anything more, if anybody else knows maybe why we're seeing a jump in prices here locally, or in the region, I guess I'd say. What are prices running out there, Donut Man? Have you seen a jump?
I've seen it down around my area. Now, up in Geneva, where I do my switch out, it was $3.19 there. It was $3.69 in my house. I'm coming up on a pilot right here at the 140 on 71, and both gas stations are at $2.99 for regular unleaded here.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I think it was.
It actually dropped in the new sheet stores at $2.99 as well. Diesel is $3.79 cash, $3.85 credit.
Okay, yeah, I think it was
pilot at the 140.
I think it was $3.69 for gas. When I got gas the other day, and I thought, that was rather high, but yeah, it's a $2.99 some, and $3.69 others, and I'm in the same state.
Yeah, I don't understand it. It's like, well, even around Dayton, like I could go just north, it'll be like 20 cents cheaper, and I go to where I live at. It'll be like $3 there, and I'll go over to Huber Heights, and it'll be like 15, 20 cents cheaper. And it all comes from the same refinery, comes in the same trucks. I don't know. Yeah. But it's nothing to see here. It's just the market. It's the market, Steve. You know that. That's what they're going to tell you.
Right.
It's supply and demand. There's more demand over here than there is over there. Even though more people live over there than live over here, but, it's just supply and demand. It's always something, it's always their go-to. But, yeah, my whole thing, Steve, is this cover-up has got to stop. The Pravda media and their cover-up for Biden and his crime family and the Democrats. I mean, how many times has Merrick Garland been busted for lying to Congress? Fauci's been, lied to Congress. Comey's lied to Congress. Hillary, good Lord, how many more crimes is she going to get away? And it's but we got Trump's the problem. It's all Trump. Trump
right.
did this.
Yep.
Trump did that. Even though his accuser, 27 years ago, supposedly, but I guess she failed to disclose, Steve, that she's being backed by a Democrat, a billionaire Democrat backing her. And the judge overseeing the case just happened to be a Clinton-appointed judge, but that's all coincidence,
Yeah. All right. Well, again, like you said, he's
see.
never going to get an impartial jury in Manhattan, and that's going to be the same case with the other, which I'm not sure when that's even going to get underway. So, Let's see. Doughboy chimed in a moment ago. Said, "Hey, Steve, it's Doughboy here across the river in Florence, Kentucky. It jumped like 55 cents a gallon." Wow. All right. Thanks for the heads up. Looking at 11 past the hour. Yes, I mean, I guess I'd be preaching to the choir. We all know this. We've talked about it ad nauseum. Pappy's brought it up how many times that we've got, we don't know who is crossing that border. Yeah, many of them, yes, they're individuals living in impoverished countries looking for a better way of life. I understand that. But at the same time, how many, what percentage of them are maybe even potentially on the terror watch list? Now, Representative McCall of Texas brought up that exact issue this past day, especially with the expiration of Title 42. There's no way to tell who's coming into the country and where they're coming from, including those who may very well be on the terror watch list. We do know we're seeing a lot of people coming in from outside this hemisphere. We do know there are hundreds that were on the terrorist watch list. That is a concern. The threat of terrorists crossing the border. That's a reason why the House passed the Secure the Border Act this past day, which, among other things, requires the administration to restart construction of the border wall, increase the number of Border Patrol agents, and provide bonus pay, end the catch and release program, and strengthen the streamline the asylum process. When you have such a wide open situation like this, I just worry about what's coming in and what we don't know about. I mean, we do know there's enough fentanyl coming in to kill 100,000 of our young people just this last year. That's more than Vietnam over 2 decades. Not enough to kill, but enough that did kill 100,000. There's been enough fentanyl come across our border to kill nearly the entire global population. Now, I go back again to day one. This president rescinded what was working. The migrant protection protocols, the Remain in Mexico policy, that ended. The catch and release, I introduced that bill, believe it or not, 20 years ago. That's my very first bill in Congress, was to end the catch and release. And the Biden administration brought it back. But in the House, we ended that today by our vote. I hope the Senate will pick it up. And I'd say, no, they're not. They're not going to pick it up. McCall said immigration authorities have the use of biometrics data that was put in place when the Homeland Security Committee from 2013 to 2019 to keep track of those crossing the border. I hope immigration officials are using it because, these individuals come in from foreign countries, even outside the hemisphere. There's no way to know who they are unless you get biometric identification on them, because they change their names, they change their travel documents. It's only through biometrics we know the person is who they say they are. But yes, definitely. I guarantee there's no ands, ifs, or buts. We know there are those on the terror watch list actually making their way into this country as we speak. Happy Friday, 5-7.
Hey, yeah, I thought it was Friday yesterday. I was wondering what you doing here on a Saturday. I just couldn't get my mind set that yesterday wasn't Friday. Okay. I just wanted to, take note. Eagle was upset because Donald Trump went to and I agreed with him. I mean, why in the world give these people this time of day? They're going to tear you apart.
Mm-hmm.
And then yesterday, I found out that, they're hollering about it was a Trump win. And I'm starting, maybe I'll pay a little more attention to it. Well, this morning they had clips of it, and I loved it when it gave him an opportunity to challenge CNN or the liberals accusation that they've sold to themselves. And I love the part where he pulled out the piece of paper to justify what time he was calling for people to back down and go home. And he had it right there. He had the time and everything, and he explained it to them that, you know, what they're saying was absolutely false, what they were reporting on. And I was amazed at how calm, cool, and collective compared to what we got up there now as the president. I mean, I'm sorry. I know why the liberals are upset, so let them holler. And I do believe this, with your story on Anderson Cooper. They're tired of being the low-hanging fruit. They're with this Fox situation. They're getting the good numbers, and they're filling up their paychecks with being able to sell the ads. Megyn Kelly said she's encouraging people. Fox has, gone liberal. She said she encouraged people to go ahead and get on there and watch CNN. Get their numbers up to show your disappointment with Fox News. And to top that off, Newsmax this morning, or last night before I left the house, did a clip where the congressman has brought out all this, the banking fraud with all of these Bidens. And it's on Fox now, morning show. And this old boy challenged him. He says, okay, you got all these Bidens in here, but there's no evidence that you can tie the president to. I just drive a truck. Okay? I just drive a truck. The president, at the time, the vice president, was the product they were getting paid for. That was Fox News in the morning.
Yep.
They have sold their soul to the devil, and they're fighting their way to the bottom. I cannot believe I seen that. I mean, what can I say after that? You're fighting their way to the bottom. So I just wanted to bring that up. And way to go, Trump. I mean, I don't quite understand what they're attacking their own. They're going after that young lady that, I thought she did well. I mean, she carried the water for the liberals. That he had an answer to it, and basically they want us to shut up. That's what they're upset is they want their story told, but they don't want the other people's story told. And I suggested a movie. Y'all want to sit around and get bored or something like that? Bring in a movie. It's from the early 50s, late 40s. It shows pilots going in to fly in food to Berlin. And they're still before the wall. You still got a mix of Russians and everything throughout the city. And this one guy hooked up with a young lady, and he was trying to explain democracy to her.
Mm-hmm.
And he did this, he said that, and he said, well, in a democracy, the people vote in their leadership. And she said, well, I had a boyfriend, a Russian boyfriend, and that's what they did. They voted in Stalin. They had an election, they voted, so that's a democracy, right? And he goes, no. In a democracy, you can complain and criticize your leadership. And she was real quiet, and he goes, what would your Russian boyfriend, say if he criticized his leadership? And she goes, oh, that's democracy. He would have disappeared. It's a great old movie. It's a patriotic movie. It was telling the story. But I thought that was the greatest example of explaining what democracy is to a young lady that grew up in Nazi Germany, and her only view of politics was fascism. So it's a good education, and it's a good entertainment at the same time. It's black and white. I know a lot of people just don't like those black and white films. But that's back when Hollywood still had, they still flew the American flag. You know what I'm saying? So, other than that, man, hey, Steve, you have it. Oh, I wanted to, I know I'm a sailor. You got it. I understand this Marine you keeps calling in and saying the best day of the week is Monday. See, I'm a sailor, so I can interpret it. I'm a Marine for you. See, Saturday and Sunday is honeydew list. Okay.
Okay. There you go. So Monday, you get out of the house. Done with the honeydews. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
The truth is, I do not hate anyone. I do not hate anyone. I look for grace wherever I can find it. So I say this gently. The Biden administration sucks. You measure it any way you want. COVID, the economy, inflation, the national debt, the border, crime, cancel culture, treating parents like domestic terrorists. Afghanistan, our energy independence, now lost. My God. President Biden has been spectacularly awful.
Thank you very much, Senator Kennedy. Well said. That's it. I mean, just honestly, look at the accomplishments or lack thereof. What has this president, this administration done positive for the American people? I love it. He doesn't pull any punches. The Biden administration sucks. All right, we've been talking for several days, anticipating potential. I mean, it's already going to be a humanitarian crisis along that U.S.-Mexico border. But it could be, yes, a deadly scenario. Video that was taken this past day. Hundreds and hundreds waiting You know, in waist deep, sometimes chest deep water across the Rio Grande to cross into America. Yeah, those attempting that in the next few days may find themselves drowned. The storm that's going to be moving slowly across Texas through the weekend, pulling in exorbitant amounts of moisture from the Gulf of Mexico as it does. The combination of the storm and the moisture is expected to bring more than a foot of rain to some areas, spawning multiple days of severe thunderstorms. In other words, what was yesterday, waist deep, chest deep water, is going to be more like a raging Rio Grande in the coming days, timed perfectly with the expiration of Title 42. Now, much of central Texas is really in drought conditions, so for many in the region, several inches of rain over the course of a few days would be welcome news. The rounds of repeated downpours could also instead bring some significant and dangerous flooding. Despite how dry it's been across much of Texas, rain's going to fall heavily enough over a short time to cause flash flooding and rapid water rises on small streams, creeks, dangerous flooding on streets and highways. Now, this is especially true for some of the major cities, Central Texas, San Antonio, Austin, Abilene, where half a foot of rain could fall in a couple days. Now, there's a smaller area centered near and west of San Antonio that could receive closer to a foot of rain by the end of the day, Mother's Day Sunday. Some could see 20-inch rainfall totals. That is within the realm of possibility. Now, this is going to lead to ground erosion, road washouts throughout the weekend. Motorists need to be vigilant, avoid flooded roadways, delays in travel, both on the roads and the airports, should be expected into the weekend. And to make matters worse, the thunderstorms contributing to the deluge of rain across much of Texas through the weekend could also turn severe. Let's get a news break on the Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The COVID-era policy, Title 42, that allowed for migrants to be quickly turned back at the U.S. southern border, ends at midnight. South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham warns a surge of illegal immigrants could lead to another terrorist attack.
How hard would it be for somebody to get into this crowd of people that's a terrorist to kill a bunch of us? So this is catastrophic. The people in charge of securing our border should be fired.
Police in southern border towns are sounding the alarm about the current migrant surge. West Texas DPS Regional Director Jose Sanchez says the situation is a disaster and Biden administration is to blame. Sanchez says he hasn't gotten any help from the feds and worries there may be civil unrest soon. In NHL playoff action, the New Jersey Devils will try to stop from being eliminated tonight when they play the Carolina Hurricanes in Raleigh. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I got a couple of updates for you here. A couple of weeks ago, we had a rash, I think 3 separate cases in 1 week's time of rocks going through the windshield of trucks and automobiles, one of which turned out to be a fatality there in Wyoming. If memory serves, I think they caught that individual. Another was pretty close to the secret bunker here, just up the interstate across the Indiana line on I-74. That was not a deadly incident, but the driver of the FedEx truck was actually hit in the head, knocked unconscious. Back in April, remember that story? Well, a 16-year-old is in custody, accused of throwing that rock through the windshield. Early morning hours, April the 3rd. It was I-74 in Decatur County, Indiana. Travis Hampton was on I-74 in the early morning hours when the rock came through the windshield, struck him in the face, caused Hampton to drive off the road into the median. He was semi-conscious in the driver's seat, suffering from significant injuries to the head, according to authorities. We received numerous tips from the public, and with that information we eventually able to identify 2 minors who were involved, according to the sheriff in a press conference this past afternoon. One 16-year-old has been taken into custody. We do not believe there's any further danger to the public. As far as the truck driver, Hampton's 9-year-old daughter was actually with him in the semi. And thankfully, she was able to call 911 for help after her father crashed. She was honored for her life-saving actions by Decatur County Communications and other local officials. She was able to verify for dispatchers that her father was breathing, was able to describe the semi, was able to confirm that the rock had hit the semi. They awarded Sharp a plaque honoring her as a 911 hero. In an earlier interview with media, the truck driver, Travis, stated he's just thankful that his daughter was there to call somebody. And everyone in the room today echoed those same sentiments. He also spoke to the media thanking the dispatchers and the emergency personnel for helping to save his life that night. Well, all right, what's been an on-again, off-again kind of scenario with the acquisition of Travel Centers of America, right? Looks like, according to the update, only the formal closing remains in BP's acquisition of TA. Shareholders overwhelmingly approved the purchase in voting results released on Wednesday. There's no sign of a late move by the convenience store operator Arco to derail the purchase of TA at $86 per share. Now, Arco had offered $92 per share, but as we've shared several times, TA rejected the bid on several grounds. Issues raised by the landlord for TA's travel centers about Arco's public debt rating. Now, the statement Wednesday says TA said more than 72% of shareholders had voted in the special shareholder election. Of those, 93% voted in favor of the deal. Arco signaled they're not mounting a last-minute attempt to block the TA-BP deal in their quarterly earnings report released last week. The signal was one of omission. It said nothing about its bid for TA. So that's, again, it's been an on-again, off-again kind of thing, but there you go. So the shareholders overwhelmingly support the TA offer. Jolly Green Giant, what's happening this Friday?
I don't know, Steve. That story from Chevy guy, I think, is a little far-fetched. Only he can come up with a movie and nobody remembers, and I take pride in knowing movies. I mean, I got 3,000 or 4,000 movies in my...
Yeah? I don't believe I'm familiar with the one he was talking about either.
I wish someone would give me the name of that movie so I could research this news. The president of GMA Enterprises will be back next week, and there will be an announcement on a new movie coming out of that studio, and it's going to be a new Twister movie.
Yeah.
It'll be Twister 2, and it's going to involve some of our cartoon characters. They had meteorologists will be Big and Sexy down from Arkansas. Steve Summers out of Cincinnati.
Oh, boy.
A heat wave out of New Mexico. And that's about it. Now, we are looking for a woman to play a part in this. And Eskimo Mom, if you're interested, please get in touch with Gilligan next week. So that way we can get this ball rolling. We're trying to get this movie done by the end of the year. So I just thought I'd sit here and let everybody in on the big news. Now, there's a movie I remember, Chevy guy. And I remember when that movie come out, the DVDs had just come out. That's how old that movie is. And I remember the DVDs were so bad that those records could barely play. Thank God we have come a long way since then. And I'm telling you, the DVDs are on their way out. And now we're going to be streaming movies now off the internet. I'm already doing that. I've got 1,000 movies up on the internet right now. And by the way, it's not any movie back in the 50s, I assure you. But either way, I want everybody to have a good night and happy Looney Tune Day. So take care. Have a good night.
Happy Looney Tune Day. All right. Let me see here. Dennis chimes in, says, Steve, we hear a lot about these millions coming across claiming asylum. I can't find any statistics on how many actually show up in court or how many of the ones that do actually get to stay. Are there any sent back to their country of origin? Have any stories or information on this? I don't have any. I know I've seen scenarios because we've all asked how many of them actually show up. I would think not many, but I think more show up than most of us might suspect. But I'll have to do a little research on that. Off the top of my head, no, I don't have any accurate info I can pass your way on that. Now, Heatwave shared a photo here just a few minutes ago. Captain Ron, a few weeks ago, was talking about down in Florida. He said, Steve, I'm seeing gas prices running the same as diesel. Are you seeing that? Now, at the time, I was not seeing that in my area. Heatwave just posted Weed, California, at the pilot location, unleaded gas at $4.55 per gallon. Diesel at $4.49 cash, $4.54 credit. So diesel actually less than regular gas. This is the time of year they're doing that whole transitioning thing to the summer blend. I'm sure that's part of the contributing factor. Moving to the summer blend. That always jacks prices up for a few weeks anyway till they got to get all the old winter blends sold out of the tanks and then make that switch over for whatever reason. Happens every season. Switching to the summer blend, switching to the winter blend, it goes up and down each way. But what's Eagle got on his mind this morning? Happy Friday, Eagle.
Yeah, Steve, I don't really know what's going on. I'll probably have to comment on Sunday with this situation at the border right now. But I'm going to start off, I'm going to say some things about Joe Biden in just a minute. But why Greg Abbott is shipping people out of Texas on these buses, I got some destinations that he needs to be routing these buses to. And the first, like I say, the first place he needs to route them to is their White House up there in Washington, D.C. I like for Joe Biden to take a look out of that window one morning and see all them tents and all them people living out on the streets of Washington, D.C.
Yep.
I bet you Joe Biden take notice then. I bet you he noticed then. I bet you then he'll think that we have a real problem at the border when he look out one of them windows of that White House and see all them immigrants out there in the grass. And then second place he needs to send them is over to the Congressional building, ship some of them over there too. And they definitely need to ship them out to California, to Nancy Pelosi, make sure she gets some of them. And that loser, the governor of California, Newsom, you may definitely make sure he gets some immigrants in his front yard since they like the borders to be open so much. Make sure all those locations get a handful of immigrants more than they can handle, because I'm fed up with all of them. And whoever owns CNN television, whoever that guy is, make sure he get a handful of them too, because I'm fed up with the whole deal. Now here's how it goes, Steve. I'm understanding Mayorkas or whatever, he made some comments. They claim they got some kind of new deal drawn up. That's the reason why I can't really comment, because I don't really know. All I'm hearing now is that some people, if they come into the U.S., they could be not able to get back into the U.S. for 5 years. But see, here's how it goes, Steve. They asked this guy that question tonight on one of the shows. Why the hell didn't they come out with this 6 months ago? Now these people have made their way halfway around the damn world from all countries that we never heard of, and now they're at the border. Do you really think that those people are going to turn around and head back to where the hell they came from?
No.
Because this idiot. This is the biggest catastrophe I've ever seen in my life, Steve. This move should have been made a long time ago. You don't allow up to 1 million people to make their way to the United States border, and then at the very last minute come up with some kind of plan. And now, do you really think those people are going to turn around and head back to Honduras and Guatemala? It doesn't work that way. This is going to lead to chaos. I just got through watching TV a few minutes ago.
I don't know what border bridge it is. I don't know where it was at. But these people are storming the bridge. They said the hell with it. These people are frustrated. They know where the hell that these people are just going to turn around and go back to where they come from. These people are going to try to force their way into the United States now. It may take up some military action to stop these people. This all could have been avoided if they would have kept in place Donald Trump's plan that he had when he left the White House. If that's all he had to do, and we wouldn't even be having this conversation tonight. This is totally disgusting, Steve. What I'm seeing on television right now, people just coming in at will and basically taking over these cities and towns in America. This is unheard of. This is total, and it shows you what kind of a coward Joe Biden is, Steve. The guy has not shown his face all day today. Title 42 expiring. Joe Biden should have been all over the news today, trying to figure out a way to get this ordeal stopped and somehow make this thing go away. Joe Biden has been hiding out all day long, but that's not unexpected because that's what he is, as a coward. So I'm just frustrated with the whole deal, Steve. And like I said, this is going to be a real ugly situation. Mayorkas, they are setting up a plan. Those people don't give a damn about 5 years. They think that that's going to stop those people from forcing their way in, that if they come to the U.S., they could be suspended from coming back for 5 years. Those people have left everything they own. They got everything they own in a backpack, all the clothes, everything they own in the whole damn world is with them right now. There is no country to go back to in Honduras and in Guatemala. Like I said before, he should have told them that before they left their damn country. So I don't know what's going to happen. That's the reason why I have to make a comment on Sunday and see what happens when you come back and see what happens the next 2 days. But right now, this is unheard of, Steve. You got up to 100, 200, 300,000 at the border right now in Tijuana, Mexico, El Paso, Texas, Del Rio, Texas, Brownsville, Texas, all up and down the damn border from Texas to California. And I really don't think that those people are going to turn around and make their way back to where they came from. So we'll see what happens, and I'll comment on Sunday, and I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, yeah, so Title 42 expires. The other, what you're referring to is Title 8, which Title 8 has been in existence for decades. But for the last, since the Title 42 was implemented with the COVID, they've pretty much just been using Title 42 under the health emergency. Title 8, it's not quite like Title 42, but when an individual leaves a country to seek asylum elsewhere, they're not supposed to cross from their home country and cross 2 or 3 other countries just to go because they want to come to the United States. When you get out of your country, you're supposed to seek asylum in a neighboring country. So if you're going to cross from country one and wherever it might be, Central America, and you're going to make your way through, say there's tons of them coming in using that Darien Gap thing through the jungles. And how many countries are they crossing through? Guatemala? I don't know the exact step by step. Nicaragua, Honduras, Guatemala, and all making their way and then crossing through Mexico. They're supposed to be applying for and seeking asylum in one of those countries before getting to the United States. That's what Title 8's all about. Now, how you're going to be able to ascertain that? Because most of these people are showing up, they're not going to have paperwork to begin with. You're going to have to take them at their word. And, what's to stop them from lying and saying that they're actually from Mexico rather than a central? So I'm not exactly sure. I don't think they're going to be able to expel nearly as many as they think they are using Title 8. But with that, 10 before the hour, back into...
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, gotcha, Scooter. You guys just got your message there. He said, Steve, your news is reporting the administration has approved the parole system for illegals, where they're actually going to be released into the U.S. without a court date or any means to track them. Is this true? If so, this is a catastrophic failure. All right, it is true that policy was implemented here a couple days ago by the Customs and Border Protection leadership. Oftentimes USA News updates aren't up to speed. The latest news, they're several hours behind, as we've noticed from time to time. This actually came down literally hours before the midnight hour. It may have been 8, 9 o'clock this past evening, but literally hours before the expiration of Title 42. And at some point, they'll get that on their updates. A federal judge Thursday evening blocking the Biden administration from implementing the policy that allows for the release of migrants without court dates. Again, just hours away from the end of Title 42. Judge T. Kent Wetherall II imposed a 2-week restraining order on the Biden administration policy, which would see migrants released on what they call parole with conditions. That policy was outlined in a Border Patrol memo, which says migrants can be allowed into the country on parole, a process typically reserved for urgent humanitarian reasons or significant public benefit. If Customs and Border faces overcrowding, the memo calls the practice parole with conditions. Now, the migrants are required to make an appointment with Immigration and Customs Enforcement once they're released into the country, or request a notice to appear by mail. In other words, you let them in. Go on, where are you headed? You're headed up to Dallas? Okay, well, when you get there, either give us a call, contact your local ICE office, or send us a letter requesting an appointment to appear. Like, how many are actually going to do that? That's what Scooter was asking. Who is going to do that? Under a parole release, migrants are rapidly released into the country. They do not get an alien registration number. They do not receive a court date. It's, believe it or not, Florida's Attorney General, Ashley Moody, that actually sued, arguing that this policy was materially identical to a parole and ATD policy that was blocked by the same judge back in March. They tried this with a different name, I guess, a different way. It's pretty much the same thing that a judge said you cannot do. So I guess the 2 weeks is going to give them time to go through and come up with, I guess, a final order that, no, you can't be releasing these hundreds of thousands into the country with nothing. Last minute. All right, I looked at my clock, Senor, and hell, it's a minute before news break. Top of the hour's almost here, so let me put you back on hold. We're gonna get a full report. Did you feel any of that shake, rattle, and roll there in California? He was out there. I got a follow-up from Santa Claus earlier, who did say, he said, I called my son, his son is actually house sitting while they're out there touring the world. And apparently he did feel a pretty good shake. No major damage being reported, he said, by local media there. He did say, I-5 is so messed up that I don't think Heat Wave would have felt it anyway, I guess. Yeah, in other words, Heat Wave didn't know if it was an earthquake or if he was just bouncing along on potholes or craters there in California. So, all right, so we'll get the, again, update coming up here. As we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, hey, we're going to welcome you into a Friday as we get set to roll into Mother's Day weekend. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. San Diego County Supervisor Jim Desmond has gone to the border ahead of the end of Title 42 tonight. The COVID-era policy allows for migrants to be quickly turned back, and he's calling for a controlled, safe process for letting migrants into the United States.
We're able to talk to the Border Patrol, and we were told about 3,500 people are there on the Tijuana border. And normally there's only a couple hundred, but today there's already 3,500 people there.
Desmond says the county and its nonprofit partners don't have the capacity to take in this many migrants.
Overwhelming, Border Patrol overwhelming our resources here in San Diego County, and just a sad state of the fact that this is how we treat people, and we don't really have a safe, humane process at our border at this time.
Back at the White House, President Biden is celebrating the conservation actions taken by his administration.
Over the past 2 years, these investments help protect our iconic outdoor spaces, preserve historic sites, and make our nation more resilient to the devastating impacts of climate change.
While speaking from the White House Rose Garden, Biden discussed the progress made on his administration's goal of conserving 30% of the nation's lands and waters by 2030. Said he's protected more lands and waters than any other president since John F. Kennedy. Elon Musk says he's found a new CEO for Twitter, and she'll start in about 6 weeks. Earlier this year, Musk took a poll of Twitter users asking if he should step down as CEO of the social media platform, with nearly 58% responding yes. Former President Trump could be facing a new defamation lawsuit from E. Jean Carroll. The writer's lawyer told the New York Times that everything is on the table following Trump's appearance at CNN's town hall event. During the event, Trump called Carroll's claim that he sexually assaulted her in the 1990s fake and a made-up story. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Missouri lawmakers are sending controversial transgender-related legislation to Governor Mike Parson. House Republicans approved a measure that would limit gender-affirming care for minors and a separate measure that would require transgender athletes to play on sports teams aligned with the sex on their birth certificate. Parson is expected to sign the restrictions. A suspect in the 2005 disappearance of American Natalie Holloway is being extradited from Peru to the U.S.
Joran Vandersloot is serving a 28-year prison sentence in Peru for the killing of a woman over a decade ago, but has long remained a suspect in the vanishing of Holloway, who went missing in Aruba in 2005. He was arrested but never convicted in her disappearance. In 2010, Vandersloot was charged in Alabama with 2 federal counts involving extortion and wire fraud, revolving around a promise that the location of Holloway's remains and details of her death would be revealed. Prosecutors say the location he said the remains were at was a lie. I'm Skip Kelly.
A Ukrainian military unit says it routed a Russian infantry brigade near the eastern stronghold of Bakhmut. The leader of Ukraine's ground forces said Russian units in some parts of Bakhmut had retreated by more than a mile as Ukrainian forces launched a counteroffensive. The latest Walking Dead spin-off starts airing next month, and the first trailer is out now. Walking Dead: Dead City, the 5th spin-off in the Walking Dead franchise, debuts on June 18th. Dave Collins, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229, 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, there you go. We'll take it, close out another work day and make our way into a Friday, which, yeah, that's a work day, but the weekend knocking on the door here. 12th day of May. Welcome in. All right, got the latest inflation numbers. As we've continued doing, you watch one rate increase after another in interest rates, trying to cool the inflation numbers, what we're paying for so many things out there. All right, Labor Department Wednesday said that the Consumer Price Index, that's a broad measure of the price for everyday goods, gas, groceries, rent, was up 0.4% in April from the previous month. Still a lot faster than they had hoped for. They hoped a 0.1% increase. Prices climbing 4.9% on an annual basis, slightly below the 5% that were forecast by economists. But although inflation has cooled from a peak of 9.1%, it's still more than double the pre-pandemic average, well above the Fed's 2% target rate. Other parts of the report pointed to a slow retreat for inflation, which that's kind of a worrisome sign for the Federal Reserve. Core prices, which exclude the more volatile measurements of food and energy, were up 0.4% or 5.5% annually. Slight drop from the 5.6% increase in March, but it marks the fifth straight month that core prices were up 0.4% or more. Progress, they say, is being made in the Fed's fight against inflation, but it's a whole lot slower than anybody would prefer, according to Plant Moran for financial advisors. Inflation should continue easing in the coming months, but getting back to the 2% target, that may take quite some time, they say. What were the keys? The top, shelter cost, which accounts for 40% of the core inflation increase, was up 0.4% for the month. It's up 8.1% over the past year. That was the largest contributor to the monthly increase. Rising rents are a concerning development because higher housing cost most directly and acutely affects household budgets. Another point that measures how much homeowners would pay in equivalent rent if they had not bought their home also climbed 0.5% from the previous month. All right, food prices, where are we looking at here? Food has been one of the most visceral reminders of red-hot inflation, but in April, the cost of groceries actually declined for the second straight month, down 0.2% over the course of the month. But on an annual basis, prices are still up 7.1% compared to the same time last year. Despite the decline, consumers paid more for a number of items in April. Prices of cereal up, rice, beef, and veal, ham, chicken, fresh vegetables. Lettuce was up 3.5%. There were some substantial declines in food prices last month. The cost of eggs, which had surged among the avian flu outbreak, actually dropped 1.5% in April. However, the price of eggs is still 21.4% higher compared to the same time a year ago. A few things that actually did drop: the cost of coffee, citrus fruits, milk, pork, fish, and seafood fell last month. Energy prices, after declining for 2 months, energy prices reversed that trend and were up 0.6%. Fueled by a 3% spike in the cost of gasoline. Nonetheless, energy prices are still cheaper than they were a year ago at this time. Gas prices down about 12% compared with April of last year. That's when energy prices really began to skyrocket after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So, some of our latest numbers there. Good morning, senor. Shake, rattle, and roll.
I'm all shook up. I'll tell you what, senor. Good morning. Yeah, I figured it was just another Amber Alert, but that's the first time I've had one said earthquake. Get down, grab something, and cover up. It's like, goodness. So I don't know where we were when that happened, but I think we were around Redding, somewhere around there when that went off, because shortly after that, we blew a tire, and so we was sitting in Dunsmuir, California for a while, about 4 hours, waiting to get the thing fixed. So I figured, if there was any shaking, rattling, and rolling going on, we're in Freightliner, so what the hell, They don't call them freight shakers for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, I get so damn tired, and it's aggravating listening to the news, knowing full well Jackass Joe, Giggles, and the rest of the lame liberals out there are just salivating because these are potential voters, and I put that in italics because these illegal aliens, they didn't follow the law to begin with, but they're going to expect to receive everything, that the Democrats are going to give them through the taxpayer teat. Well, no damn wonder they're coming from all over the world here. And I didn't realize that Title VIII was the one that said you must go to the next country over. I thought that was international law. Whenever you're going to claim asylum from one country to the next. I tell you what, I think we're going to be screwed for a very long time with all these illegal aliens coming in. And they don't want to take care of us. The government does not want to take care of our issues with veterans with suicidal tendencies. I mean, we lose, 22, 23 a day due to suicides. They don't want to help homeless veterans You know, they have limited spaces at these VAs where they do help, but you're only there for, I think it's 6 months, 180 days, and you're out. You know, they don't want to help the regular homeless citizens of this country that are homeless. For those that are on disability, well, they're giving them very minimum food stamps, you know, medical support, dental. That's questionable. I think they think teeth are considered as bling, so they want you to gum just gum something or just drink it instead of, and you're actually putting your teeth into something.
Right.
You know, yet they continue to raise taxes on us out here. Well, we can't afford this. Well, maybe if you plug the damn holes up there at the border, you can afford something. Well, then you got the Congress and senators, you know, fighting with each other over this, you know, debt. Yeah, they said the raise is $1.5 trillion, but you have something. And I think what they need to cut is all these damn freeloaders coming in from other countries, you know, taking advantage of what the Democrats are giving them.
Yeah, I don't know if they can actually do it or not. But Chip Roy this past evening, you know, I shared that they had the House passed that border protection bill, you know, this past day, and Chip Roy said we should attach that to the deficit ceiling limit bill to force the Democrats to go along with it. That would be kind of ingenious if they could do that.
Oh yeah. Force their hand to do something they really don't want to do.
Right.
But then if they don't support it, then, well, the rest of us are in our right frame of mind. We can see what's going on. And I think maybe some of the liberals may be seeing the sunlight over the horizon. Maybe. But yeah, if they could do that, that would be fantastic. And then the White House claims, well, if we don't raise the debt ceiling, we're not going to be able to pay our military. Oh, no. That's what the last bill was for, to take care of the military. You know, and you can't not take care of your military because they're the ones that take care of us out here. I mean, yeah, I was in the service. Your son was in the service. Plenty of us were in the service. You know, we were in there to take care of those who either did not want to be in or could not get in. You know, we didn't do this for these illegal aliens to come by and suck our country dry. And it's like, when that happens, where are they going to go? You know, Mexico's not going to take care of them. They ain't done nothing so far to keep them from coming into the country.
Yeah.
And Mexico supposedly has the most strictest immigration laws out there. Well, they're just as guilty as the damn coyotes. You know, so did you see any of the thing with that CNN?
Oh, the town hall, yeah.
Saying, well, Mr. President, you only put up 50-something miles of border wall, and he's like, oh no, dear, I put in a lot more. You know, and I don't know how close to completion that wall was, if it was 100 miles, if it's a couple of hundred. But that should have been priority one. Put that wall up. You know, get that up and tell these people, hey, this is a sure sign that you need to come in through the legal channels and not think of it as a physical exam to get into the country, as if you can crawl under or climb over to get in. I mean, it still irks me today hearing that one old boy that climbed over 3 cargo containers, concertina wire, gets over on this side, and he's interviewed in Arizona, and he says, I want to thank you for allowing me to come to your country. What in the hell do you think that damn thing was to begin with, man? Right. It's called a barrier. You know, and I mean, you see the kind of people we're getting. Those that could give a damn about laws of this country. If they're not going to follow the laws and the rules of getting in, what is to say that they're going to, go to court to plead their case? They're going to vanish in the woodwork, and we'll never know it. And if the government is going to take them at their word that they're, from Mexico, and they're clearly not, then why in the hell can't we get away with saying, well, I'm this and this is my word?
Right.
On, I'm tired of this two-tier system.
Part of the legislation that was passed yesterday, that House bill, also included we've been talking about for how many years has the E-Verify system been where employers have to go to the E-Verify to verify that who they're hiring is legally here. Yeah, that's in there. So, I mean, what do you think the chances of the Democrat-controlled Senate forcing companies to use E-Verify?
Oh, snowball's chance, slim to none.
Pretty much, yeah.
Pretty much. All right, senor. Well, I'll let you go. You have yourself a good morning, and folks, let's do this again Sunday morning or Monday morning, rather.
Yeah, Monday morning.
So
don't rush us. We're less than 48 hours from Monday morning. Thanks to Captain Ron for reminding us about that. Right? Looking at 22 past the hour. What's going on, Big Sexy?
Well, I see you had to find a more intelligent caller, didn't you?
Here we are.
Oh, Steve, I see you're going to help get that, all them in front of that tornado to help catch all the beta.
Oh, you mean like Dorothy? Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, like Dorothy. Get all them sensors in front of the tornado. I see you're going to be part of that.
Well, who has set up a storm chasing team? Am I missing something?
Well, isn't that what Green said earlier about the?
Oh yeah.
The new movie coming out.
Yeah, and what was your duty? You had some responsibility there.
Yeah, so did you. Heat wave. And I was talking to Eskimo Mom at that time, and she said she'd be part of it. So. But yeah, I just wanted to touch base with you. I hadn't really got much to go on tonight. You have a good weekend, and I wanted to kind of give you a hard time about that. We're going to put you right in front of the tornado, so you're going to be right there in it.
What are friends for? That's so nice, mighty nice of you there.
Yeah. All right, Steve, I'll let you get on to the next one, and if I think of anything else, I'll call you back. Oh, I did think of something.
Yeah.
We've got a bear on the loose up here.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, that's unusual for this area. The town of Jonesboro's got a bear on the loose in the town. There's been several spottings of it, and they're actually having to put out warnings saying, if you see the bear, stay away from it.
What, are people dumb enough to go up and say, hey, let's pet the bear? Oh, he's so cute.
Everybody's out looking for it like it's some pet.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, if you see the bear, get in the
house. It was
house.
spotted near the hospital, so they wouldn't have far to go. That's what I was going to touch base with you. I meant to mention that to you last night, but I forgot about it. So I'll let you get on to the next caller.
Thank you. All right, I'm looking here. Let's see. Dozens of people showed at the Jonesboro Home Depot. After word got out, there's a black bear in the parking lot. Let's all go see the bear. One of several sightings of the bear in the southern part of the city over the last couple of days, apparently. Jonesboro police said they began monitoring their cameras after the Parks Department called, and someone said they'd spotted a bear at Craighead Forest Park. They said, can you check your cameras? She said, I didn't even get the camera pulled up, and I heard over the radio, the scanners, there were 4 or 5 calls all at once to dispatch. They'd seen a bear running across the interstate, no less. In videos provided by Jonesboro police, you can see the bear leave the Home Depot near a busy roadway. Videos of the bear later on the north side of town. Our main concern is that we don't want it to get near a busy intersection or get run over or get in a wreck or maybe get near a school, near kids. We don't want to bother the bear. We want to let him go on his journey wherever he's going, but we don't want him to get in the area where he might feel threatened, and do whatever bears do. Okay. The city said Jonesboro Animal Control, Police, Arkansas Game and Fish, all trying to capture the bear. But it appears the bear has left the city limits. He was last seen 3 a.m. headed north, so that's not far from the county line. Probably went into Greene County. Yeah, so he's kind of their problem now. But they say the black bear population in Arkansas is about estimated at 3,000. That number has been increasing in recent years. If you see the bear, please call the Arkansas Game and Fish Commission or the Jonesboro Police Department. Bear on the loose in the city. All right, got a couple minutes before we hit news break. Where'd you go there, Scotty? You dropped off. You didn't hang that long. What's going on, Pappy? Happy Friday.
Yes, it is my Friday. Here in about half hour.
Half hour.
Then I got a week off.
Wow.
How about that? I'll go back till next Friday.
Got a Kelly Day kind of thing?
Sir. Yes, sir. Kelly Day Monday, vacation day off the weekend. Kelly Day Monday, vacation day Tuesday, off Wednesday, Thursday, back next Friday. It's one thing good about these 12-hour shifts, Steve. Every 6 weeks you get a week off, and you burn one vacation day. So, hey, real quick, man, I'll get off here. Was doing a little scoping out on some stats. Turns out, now these numbers aren't exactly, give or take a couple 100,000, but roughly 2% of the population commits all of the violent crime in this country. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Violent crime. We're not talking shoplifting.
Okay.
A burglary, Steve, doesn't even constitute a violent crime unless you're armed with a gun. So 2% of the population. That translates to, if we're going with 300 million people, 6 million people that commit the violent crimes in this country. So then I did a Google search on how many people were incarcerated. 2 million people were incarcerated in the United States. At least 4 million of the violent offenders running rampant wild out here. So 1/3 of the violent offenders, and not even all of them, and not even out of that 2 million, they're not all violent offenders neither. You still got your DUIs and your non-child payment people locked up, that kind of thing.
Okay. Now, I know if you got to go, you can roll, but I got to get the news break. We'll come back.
USA News Update. Local officers in southern border towns raising concern about the current surge of immigration. West Texas DPS Regional Director Jose Sanchez says the situation is a disaster and the Biden administration is to blame.
What were you doing during the 2 years? Why are you waiting till now on D-Day of the end of Title 42 to start deploying resources and coming up with a plan?
Sanchez says he has not gotten any help from the feds and worries there may be civil unrest soon. The Biden administration also now directing Customs and Border Protection to begin releasing immigrants into the country without court dates or the ability to track them. The head of J.P. Morgan Chase is warning that a U.S. default could cause a financial panic. In an interview with Bloomberg TV, J.P. Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon said the bank will begin daily meetings about the debt ceiling on May 21st. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, coming up, we'll get to some of other industry headlines just ahead here. First, a quick reminder, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything is going to be sitting around with gas in it. Sta-Bil Storage keeps your gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Again, that's why it's the go-to product. Store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And if you'd like to order online, it's very simple. Go to goldeagle.com. Place your order, and for being a listener to the show, we'll save you 15% off your entire order. Just use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. And it's that simple at goldeagle.com. All right, thanks for hanging in there, Pappy.
Yeah, no problem. No, that just kind of boggles my mind if you think about it, though, Steve. Even though we are talking a low number of the population that commits all the violent crime. But think of this: 2 million people were incarcerated in this country in 2019, I think it was.
Okay,
might be a little bit more, but 2 million people. That's a lot of prisons and jails, Steve.
And you said the cost of incarcerating, like at our county jail, it was $30,000 a year, something like that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. By the time you figure out the officer's salary, right?
Yeah.
The food, the medical, Steve, oh my God. You know, these people play the game, man. As soon as you put handcuffs on them, oh, I'm having chest pains, man. Thinking they're going to get out of going to jail. What you got to do, you got to take them to the hospital, the ER room. Now they're in custody, so who flips the bill for that? It's a joke. Yeah, so incarcerating people is a very expensive deal here. So that's why I said, if we want to keep these violent offenders out of the public walking these streets, we got to keep them locked up. But it's going to cost a lot of money. You know what happens when they say, hey, we're going to want to raise your taxes. And a lot of people ain't for that. I'm going back about 20 years. There was issue 27 here right in Hamilton County. Do you remember this when they wanted to build a new jail?
I do.
It got voted down. You know? And as a result, now you don't have more jail space. So it is what it is. I get it.
I was sharing some of the numbers for the cost of the cost of illegals in this country. I mean, yeah, the number that the best estimate was $15.5 million in the country as of January of 22. Now we know what was it, like 2.5 million officially came in 22, and however many that have come in so far this year, and the numbers exponentially jumping, billions and billions of taxpayer dollars.
Yeah, man. Wonder how many illegals are incarcerated in this country that we're paying for, Steve.
Uh-huh.
That should be shipped out of here, you know, but no, they just keep on coming back. Yeah, I don't know, man. Steve, this border needs to be shut, locked up tight. You would think they could issue a national emergency of some sort. They can do it with COVID, right? National emergency. We are locking down the border. Don't come within 500 yards or you might get shot. We're locking it down. No one's coming in. No one. Till we square this stuff away. Steve, back in the 20s, you know, when you came into Ellis Island, right, you had to show the U.S. government that you would be a benefit to this country. That was the reason for migration and accepting immigrants. You had to show that you would be a benefit, you know, to this country. If you couldn't prove or show that, they wouldn't let you in, Steve. Mm-hmm. That's the purpose of migration or immigration, is not to just let anybody walk in because they want to live off the government. They're supposed to enhance our country. Hey, I'm a doctor, man. I'm a brain surgeon, right? One immigrant from India. Hey, come on in, man. Do it the right way. I mean, those are the type of immigrants we want. We don't, need somebody with gang members being released from prisons.
Right. Yep.
You think the prisons are bad here, man, and which they are, right? Make no mistake about it. We got some pretty bad prisons, man. You don't want to go to prison. I think God told you this over there. I wouldn't be stupid enough to do anything stupid to go to prison. But then again, we see cops getting indicted for, defending the county and themselves. I'm telling you right now, Pappy ain't going to prison. Break out the shovels.
Okay.
Ain't happening.
Right.
Ain't happening, Steve. I'm just, it is what it is. I'm just telling you. But you think the prisons are bad here, man?
Oh, yeah.
What do you think they're like in Mexico and El Salvador and down there? Come on, man. Yep. These are some bad. I mean, these people that are coming across that are criminals are some bad dudes. Bad dudes. All right, enough of this. Enjoy the weekend, my man. I think it's supposed to rain a lot next week. Daggone it.
I hadn't checked that far ahead, but yeah, I guess that means my neighbor will be out cutting the grass again. Joy. I got the guy that does every third day. Cut the grass. Cut the grass. Yeah, it's 844-844-3388. Representative Jefferson Van Drew of New Jersey, encouraging his colleagues to do more than just say kind words about truck drivers. Really? It's part of the House Highways and Transit Subcommittee hearing that occurred on Wednesday of this week. Van Drew said action needs to be taken to help truck drivers and improve the supply chain. Truckers need to be treated fairly, Van Drew says. Let's talk about the basic issues here. If it wasn't for the truck drivers, we wouldn't have a supply chain at all. The truck drivers are the ones who went out there, did the job, and kept this country moving. Spent several minutes advocating for ways to make truck drivers' lives easier. He said they need things. They need a place to park. They need to take a break. They need rest. They need help with fuel costs. They're hard workers. They break their backs. They deal with bad weather, dangerous substances, dangerous situations. But quite frankly, I've been in this Congress for my third term now, and we talk a lot about it. I know we care, and this is not criticism. This is just the reality. We've got to do stuff. Can't just keep talking about it. I mentioned last night that Louis Pugh, the executive vice president of OOIDA, testified at the hearing, told lawmakers, if you want to improve the supply chain, you can start by passing pro-trucker bills to add truck parking, provide restroom access, remove the overtime exemption for truck drivers. Yeah, part of the previous congressional session, OOIDA helped craft the Guaranteeing Overtime for Truckers Act, which would have amended the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938 to end the overtime pay exemption for motor carriers. Now, we contend that paying truck drivers overtime would decrease problems with detention time, improve the supply chain, and send the message that truck drivers' time should be valued. It's common for truckers to work 60, 70 hours a week, but of course, most are paid by the mile. Now, Representative Van Drew, who co-sponsored the bill last time, asks his lawmakers to support that measure when it's reintroduced. I guess, I don't know if he or someone else is planning to reintroduce that bill, but all right, so we'll see if it goes anywhere this time around. Good morning, Buster. Happy Friday.
Yes, it is, Steve. I'm tickled to death. We're still having cloudy weather and kind of, a breeze, and I'm kind of glad we're going to have some rain. Keep the pollen down up in the Smokies. Well, Steve, nationwide, it appears that the Teamsters have not done a good job of getting the rank and file ready for the consequences of talking smack about going on strike for better wage contract. Because when you vote yay or you vote no this time, that's what you got. Last contract, 2018, 2017, a yay vote and a no vote. What happened was if you didn't vote at all, it was a yes vote for the company. So this time it's all we voted down the contract, but because of so much apathy, the contract was approved. So this time around, it's what it is. So it appears that we're going to play hardball and there might be a strike. So I expect Biden will step in. So what's happening this week? And I'm not a big internet guy. I just listen to people talk, and I hear people getting fired. Out of my building, there's about 3 or 4 I've heard now. Because one dude near me got fired because he went into a delivery at the mall and made a delivery, and then he decided to shop for. I assume he shopped for less than 2-3 minutes, but he shopped and he did not declare a break. And they got the logistics on it. And then I heard also he decided to stop and see his girlfriend for megaseconds. Or you don't expect somebody's going to be blatantly doing that stuff with all the technology. But they got him, they fired him, and what they're firing these folks for is called stealing time. And I remember once I had a production ride with a new management lady who was about to become the center manager. And I don't take really a break. I do my pee breaks and ice, and I just keep working because I got so much work. But I pulled out my cell phone and I called my wife for a minute, I swear. And the lady charged me 1 minute for a break.
Wow.
Because it was. I thought it was pretty sad, but that was about 4 years ago. That really ticked me off. So anyway, what they're doing is they're firing people all across America in any job at the office they can catch. Especially stealing time is one of those offenses that it's at UPS's leisure if you get your job back. So what they're doing, they're gathering up everybody as fired, and they're taking that to the bargaining table. Because UPS is really insisting that we keep the 2-tier pay system where it takes 5 years to top out.
Okay.
At my full wages. So I really think if they could negotiate, make it 2-tier, let it take 3 years to top out with 2 pay increases. To where you get up to the basic wages. That's why you work around good negotiation, but UPS is using it as their leverage tool because they're saying now UPS has said in the negotiation table they want to keep the 2-tier pay system where it takes 5 years to top out. So I think 5 years is kind of strong.
I know when
that's where we stand.
When the Teamsters hold like a vote for like a union president, it seems like of the eligible Teamsters that could vote, most times those that actually cast a vote, it's abysmal, like 30, maybe 40%. That there's a lot of apathy when vote time. How is it with like the UPS workers? Is it similar there, where the number of eligible voters for the contract is it 30%, or is it better for like the UPS contract?
Oh, there is apathy. Just like in 2018, was a ton of votes that didn't vote at all, so that was a yes vote. But what happened that when back in 94, 95, 96, when they moved from their corporate headquarters in Connecticut down to Atlanta, I was a firm believer the reason they did that was because cheap labor in the South, because I hate to say this, but I've been there 38 years. And the UPS Southern people, the Southern part, has never voted a supplemental in. My buddy who's from East Tennessee is now working in Missoula, and I know what they get up there. They can even transfer from state to state out west. But, it's all great, but we've never voted in a supplemental down south. Like we got the least amount of option days. it's just a shame that and a lot of these folks are only there temporary. Hey, one time we had the county mayor who's now a U.S. congressman, the great Tim Burchett. You got to look him up, Steve. He's an awesome guy, but his dad was a college professor at UT. He sent his son to UPS to work while he was in college. I think he did that because he wanted his son to have a backbone. But Birch is a really good guy. But yeah, there's a lot more college kids working there, and we have a lot of landscapers because it takes so long to become a driver, 6 or 7 years. There's a ton of people that need to retire, maybe myself is included. I'm just going to move myself to the yard. I just love working. And I told my brother once, I need structure, I need discipline. And I get 7 weeks of vacation, but I've been at so many decades now. I can see why you do need them when you get older because you wore your butt out lifting and moving boxes. But I'm a healthy person that works out a lot with herbs and vitamins and minerals.
Sure.
But, it'll be interesting, Steve. And listen, the NFL schedule came out this evening. I hope I'll hear that you're going to go to see a Bengals game this season.
A Bengals game?
Yeah. I hear you have to pay $150 to get on a waiting list to get a Bengals ticket.
Really?
This season.
I had not heard that. Wow. Okay.
Get preferential, a moved up chain. Yeah.
Okay. All right, Buster. Well, thanks for checking in. Back into
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, pick back up there as we head toward top of the hour news break, just around the corner here. We've got a full hour yet coming your way at 844-844-3388. Let's see, update on the whole debt ceiling scenario. Is it possible that maybe Democrats are saying, all right, maybe we need to actually come to the table. Maybe we will have to agree to some spending cuts here. Yeah, that's pretty much what McCarthy and the Republicans have been saying. The debt limit meeting between President Biden and top lawmakers that was scheduled for today has been postponed. They've agreed now to meet early next week. Aides from both sides have started to discuss ways to limit federal spending as talks on raising the $31.4 trillion debt ceiling to avoid default continue to creep forward. Staff will continue working. All the principals agreed again to meet early next week. The aides to Biden, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, Chuck Schumer, Mitch McConnell, and Hakeem Jeffries met Wednesday and Thursday discussing the debt ceiling. Now, McCarthy told reporters at the Capitol the delay's not enough to sign trouble in the talks, but he believes staff negotiators who'd been meeting this week needed to continue talk before the principals actually meet again. I don't think they made enough progress for the leaders to get back together. But White House officials acknowledge they must accept some spending cuts or put strict caps or limits on future spending if they're ever going to strike a deal, according to several sources, while insisting they must preserve Biden's signature climate legislation that passed last year. All right, the Republican bill to suspend the borrowing limit passed in April that would cut spending to just last year's levels. As McCarthy said, just where we were 5 months ago, for crying out loud. It would cap future growth below inflation and repeal incentives for the likes of renewable energy, electric vehicles, and other climate technology that's probably really what Biden's all bent out of shape about, all this climate crap that he's insisting we push. Speaking of which, they're doing more to literally destroy our electrical power grid. What did he do this past day? We'll tell you coming up in our final hour. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. It is an end to the Trump-era Title 42 expulsion policy at the border, and there are already growing lines and crowds at border crossing points. Kinney County, Texas Sheriff Brad Coates says,
"We pulled over 100 off one freight train. We had a report that there were some passengers right on top of the grain cars."
Border Patrol agents stopped around 10,000 migrants on Tuesday, one of its busiest days ever. Meanwhile, the Biden administration is now directing to begin releasing migrants without court dates or the ability to track them. A meeting on the debt ceiling between President Biden and congressional leaders scheduled for Friday is being postponed. That's according to the Washington Post, which cited sources familiar with the matter. Economists have warned that a U.S. debt default could lead to a global financial crisis. On Thursday, leaders at the Pentagon chimed in as well during a hearing in Congress.
We won't, in some cases, be able to pay our troops with any degree of predictability, and that predictability is really, really important for us.
The comments come as Democrats and Republicans remain deadlocked over how to raise the debt ceiling and avoid a default by early June. The U.S. Supreme Court is upholding a California law that mandates more land must be used for raising and harvesting pigs for pork production.
We feel that Proposition 12 wasn't based on science. It was arbitrary state guidelines.
Trish Cook is the Pork Producers Association president in Iowa. California passed the new law in the spirit of benefiting animal welfare. Cook says it'll just lead to higher pork prices for consumers there. And American employees are more satisfied in their jobs than ever. According to a survey by the Conference Board, over 62% of respondents said they're overall satisfied with their jobs, the highest ever since the survey began in 1987. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The Marine veteran that allegedly put Jordan Neely into a fatal chokehold on a New York City subway will face criminal charges Friday. The Manhattan District Attorney's Office is confirming that 24-year-old Daniel Penny will be charged with manslaughter in the 2nd degree for the chokehold that killed Neely May 1st. Neely's death touched an emotional outcry in the city. City Council's Black, Latino, and Asian caucus have been calling for justice in the case, while Black Lives Matter New York held a rally Thursday in front of the Manhattan DA's office. President Biden celebrating the conservation actions taken by his administration.
Over the past 2 years, these investments help protect our iconic outdoor spaces, preserve historic sites, and make our nation more resilient to the devastating impacts of climate change.
Speaking from the White House Rose Garden, Biden discussed the progress made on his administration's goal of conserving 30% of the nation's lands and waters by 2030. The woman at the center of the so-called doomsday cult trial might soon learn her fate. Lori Vallow is accused of killing her 7- and 16-year-old and conspiring to kill her 5th husband's first wife in the Boise, Idaho trial. The Idaho jury was handed the case Thursday. Prosecutors say Vallow and her husband were obsessed with doomsday-focused religious beliefs. Vallow is also charged in Arizona for the death of her first husband, but there is no trial date yet. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight, a fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, get that final hour underway here on a Friday. Got left off there at the top of the hour. So we've all been talking in the trucking sector how these new EPA rules, literally forcing no carbon emissions trucks onto the road. Now they want you to go electric. They don't really want you to go hydrogen. Everything electric. Yeah, I share story after story where the Texas Power Grid is already, again, last week announcing that we're expecting we will not have the power generation capacity to keep the lights and the air conditioning running when we reach the hot summer months. Many regions around the country, same scenario last year. It's a guaranteed California's going to be facing their rolling blackouts. Advising people, please don't plug your electric cars in during these hours, the peak. So it goes on and on. But we continue to push to mandate electric cars and trucks. Some have suggested, is this all intentionally designed to destroy the country? You can't help but wonder. Now, at the same time, now we're introducing legislation, or mandating, I should say, via the Environmental Protection Agency. Yeah, more that's going to destroy the existing power grid capabilities in this country. After weeks of buildup, the Environmental Protection Agency has unveiled their strictest ever rules for power production using natural gas, which I thought natural gas was supposed to be clean production, coal and oil that could spur the use of carbon capture technologies. Standards released this past day, May the 11th, would affect new and old power infrastructure, including new natural gas turbines and the country's existing coal fleet. Yeah, although the United States still has hundreds of coal plants, the number of installations has fallen sharply over the past 10 years. The EPA administrator says we will see some coal retirements. In other words, less power generation, less power being put on the grid while we're looking to force more and more straining of the grid. He added that individual states and companies would have significant discretion in terms of implementation. Yes, our U.S. climate envoy, John Kerry, said the United States simply will not have coal in the grid by the year 2030. He said that in 2021. That's only 7 years from now. So we're taking more and more power generation out of the grid, and some of these targets, hey, there's 2030, mandating, what do they want, 50% of all vehicles to be electric by then? How in the hell is this going to work, people? The EPA's proposals are intended to induce U.S. power plants to boost their use of certain technologies, including the co-firing of fossil fuels with what is called low greenhouse gas hydrogen, and in particular, the capture, sequestration, and storage of carbon. Reagan told reporters the standards are about clean air to breathe. This will yield substantial health benefits as well as regulatory certainty for the energy sector. The agency predicts the standards will help the U.S. avoid thousands of premature deaths, tens of thousands of lost work days, more than 300,000 asthma attacks, just in the year 2030 alone. Reagan and others with the EPA repeatedly stressed they don't believe their vision runs afoul of West Virginia versus the Environmental Protection Agency. That was the landmark Supreme Court decision decided 6-3, concerned a carbon emissions plan for existing power plants that were put forth by the EPA under then-President Obama. Court found Congress hadn't given the agency the authority to issue these sort of emission caps. Referencing the plan's generation shifting approach from coal to natural gas and other sources. I mean, so they went from we're going to get off coal, we're going to go to cleaner energy like natural gas. Now we're going to put limitations and restrictions on the natural gas production. A 681-page notice. The agency stated that co-firing hydrogen as a substitute for natural gas can qualify as a system of emission reductions under the Clean Air Act. It specified that hydrogen would have to be low CHG or low GHG, the availability of which is expected to increase significantly and the cost of which is expected to decline in the near future, they say. But mandating electric vehicles, stripping the power grid of available power generation while all these coal-fired plants are going away, by no means are they even keeping up with existing capabilities with the likes of wind and solar. You know, it's like every day we're putting another nail in the coffin. I should say, the Environmental Protection Agency and this administration. As Senator Kennedy earlier stated, the Biden administration sucks. Welcome back, Captain Ron.
Hey, Steve, thanks for taking me back. You've had a couple people ask about things to do around Cincinnati, but I haven't ever heard you tell them to check out the world-famous chili.
Yeah, they send them to Skyline for a 3-way and a Coney.
Yeah. Now, we have here in Clearwater, there's a Skyline chili place there. And now I see on Facebook that there's a Cincinnati chili place in Clearwater. What's the difference between the two?
Cincinnati chili, it's kind of, there's dozens of different Cincinnati chili recipes. Skyline's my favorite. We've got Gold Star, and it's just the idea that it's a chili where you don't have any beans and tomatoes and all that in it. It's just pretty much, it's not really chili, if you ask me. But Cincinnati style, right. Cincinnati style chili.
Now, since I thought Skyline puts chocolate in theirs, don't they?
It's kind of like a secret recipe. Some say there's chocolate, maybe cinnamon, but yeah, that's it. Everybody's got their, like Colonel Sanders has their secret recipe.
Oh, it's a secret. One of those. And I need to respond to that person from the Marine Corps Uber service. I don't have honeydew jobs. I live in a condo. I don't have any grass to cut, no bushes to trim or leaves to rake, or can't even work on the cars there. But anyway, I do thank you for serving the country, though, even though he is old. So, and we've got less than 44 hours to the greatest day of the week now.
Yeah, get the hell out of here.
Have a good weekend.
All right, you too. Have a good Mother's Day weekend. I don't know. Some say it's more like an entrapment kind of thing, that it's not really about safety. It's about revenue generation. I don't know. It's not something new. Various law enforcement agencies have been doing the ride along in the big truck, cop in a truck kind of thing, where the cop is with someone driving the big truck. They spot an infraction. Then they call ahead for the marked vehicle to pull them over. Similar in, this particularly in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania DOT and the Pennsylvania State Police have recently partnered for an enforcement campaign targeting unsafe driving in construction zones. Earlier this week, they released information on what had been apparently a 5-week-long traffic campaign called Operation Yellow Jacket that took place there in northeastern portions of the state. As part of the operation, state police troopers monitored traffic from PennDOT trucks in those work zones. So you're coming through the work zone, you don't see any marked patrol cars, just, there's just PennDOT trucks. No worries there. But no, the officers are in the PennDOT trucks. When a violation is spotted, the marked PSP unit was deployed to initiate the traffic stop. During the campaign, Operation Yellow Jacket yielded 136 traffic stops, resulted in 133 citations and 46 warnings. They say Operation Yellow Jacket has been conducted for the last 5 weeks in Lackawanna, Wayne, Pike, Susquehanna counties. This is a joint initiative between PennDOT and the PSP to increase safety in work zones for the construction workers and the monitoring public. The operations have been run with active PennDOT staffed construction zones on I-81, 380, and 84, along with other local state highways. So they were focused on, obviously, speeding, tailgating, distracted driving, those sort of things. Yeah, but technically, though, we know in the construction zones, people need to slow down. Way too many of those construction zone workers don't get to go home to see their family on any given summer, out there trying to do their job. Good morning, Knucklebuster. Happy Friday.
Morning, Mr. T. Summers. Help, I'm being robbed. Somebody call the police. Wait a minute, it is the police robbing me, right? Well, no, not actually there, but anyway, I got a Warner truck trying to drag race me right now. I guess he got a fast truck going downhill there, right? That's funny. I'll have to show him what it's all about. Did Horse Feather say you couldn't see that train coming around the bend?
Yes, that's what he said.
I hear that train a-coming. It's coming around the bend. I ain't seen the sunshine since I don't know when. That's for Mr. Bradley Mays there, a.k.a. Johnny Cash there, right? Anyway, have yourself a good Mama's Day, and that's from the mother of all mothers there, right?
Yeah.
Enough of all that. That's all of my bull on it for today. I just want to check in and tell you happy Mother's Day and all that good stuff, and get a little laugh out of you anyway. I guess I couldn't make you laugh this morning. So.
I'm laughing now.
All right, well, have yourself a good weekend there.
All right, you do the same, and do something special for Tennessee there for Mother's Day.
Absolutely.
Knucklebuster over and out, 19 past the hour. All right, what do we see? Semper Fi. That must be Truck and Phil on board. Happy Friday. Coffee up morning, Mr. Summers. the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Hey, heading up to 80, some rain in Fort Wayne, 79 cloudy Sterling Heights today in Michigan. Here we are, ready to make that trip north and back again. Be safe out there. Have a great weekend. Only 227 days until Christmas.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, totally separate topic, but things you may need to be aware of, pay attention to. I have no concerns. I mean, it's only for those that have lots and lots of money in the bank. In other words, more in your account than would be covered by the actual Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, which we talked a lot about that with the failures of several banks. Many have been saying, hey, that this banking scenario, you call it crisis, call it what you want, it's not over. What we saw this past day, shares of PacWest Bancorp plunged 23% Thursday after the Los Angeles-based lender said that their deposits declined and that they had posted more collateral to the U.S. Federal Reserve to boost their liquidity. PacWest deposits fell 9.5%, or $1.5 billion last week. That's, in other words, people pulling money out of the bank. The majority of those outflows occurred on May the 4th and 5th, following news reports that the bank was exploring some options to bolster its finances, including a possible sale. Now, PacWest is one of several U.S. regional lenders whose shares have been hit this month by investor concern over the health of the banking sector. Of course, we've already witnessed the collapse of 3 banks since March. The bank said the news headlines increased our customers' fears of the safety of their deposits. Shares of PacWest and other regional lenders fell sharply yesterday after the FDIC said around 113 of the largest lenders around the country will be bearing the cost of replenishing the $16 billion hit to the Deposit Insurance Fund that was caused by the recent bank failures. A new special assessment fee of 0.125% will be applied to the uninsured deposits of banks in excess of $5 billion based on the amount of uninsured deposits a bank held at the end of 2022, which translated to KeyCorp and Zions Bancorp shedding 2.5 and 4.5% respectively. Valley National Bancorp fell 2.8. Comerica Incorporated lost 6.8. KBW Regional Banking Index dropped 2.4%. PacWest said it had funded the shortfall in its deposits with cash from its balance sheet and then pledged $5.1 billion of its assets to the Fed to secure additional liquidity of $3.9 billion. As a result, the bank said it had $15 billion of immediate liquidity, which is 288% higher than its $5.2 billion of total uninsured deposits. The deposit fall seemed to have overshadowed things, but overall, it was a positive update, according to a Wells Fargo analyst. And it showed that they had liquidity and that they were still able to sell their loans. Now, PacWest shares have lost nearly 40% so far this month and had plunged to a record low last week, then dropped another 23% yesterday. Short sellers have made $123.76 million by betting against PacWest. Western Alliance, meantime, reported that their total deposits rose by nearly $600 million and that their immediate liquidity was almost double their uninsured deposits. Their bank shares, which also slumped last week on investor worries, lost less than 1%. So, and just watching things closely on any given day, you don't know what's going to happen next, right? J.P. Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon said that regional banks are quite strong, he said, after reporting good earnings. The industry and regulators should just be prepared for problems. He says he anticipates more bank regulations stemming from the crisis, adding that the SEC should investigate some of this short selling on bank stocks and maybe some collusion via some of the social media posts. All right, just so you know, all right, about a minute before news break. So tell you what, we'll get there and then come back with more of your calls. Craig talking about plugging everything in. Plug it in, plug it in. Steve, the politicians that are promoting this new Green Deal and destroying our country and our lives will most likely be voted back into office next election cycle. Yep, Craig, you are correct. It's sad but true. And I think that's just because so many of those that actually are eligible to go out and vote pay no real attention to where their elected representative stands, aside from the fact of having an R or a D after their name, simply voting party lines. And you see what we get. All right, back after the news break here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Amid a surge of immigration now at the ending of Title 42, Border Patrol officers are certainly finding some illegal border crossers in the crowd. Kinney County Sheriff Brad Coe says,
until the federal government starts doing the prosecution and attaching the consequences to their actions, that's what we're going to continue to see.
Border Patrol agents stopped around 10,000 immigrants Tuesday. The Biden administration also now releasing immigrants into the country without court dates or an ability to track them. Former President Trump is appealing a New York jury's decision that ordered him to pay writer E. Jean Carroll $5 million. Trump's attorneys filed the appeal Thursday. She, in turn, is reportedly now considering filing a new defamation lawsuit against the former president, largely based on his comments from Wednesday night's CNN town hall in New Hampshire. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, back at it here. Let's see what's going on with Monty on board this Friday morning. Hello, Monty.
Hey, Steve. How are you, buddy?
Doing well.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Hey, you remember when Reagan used to make jokes about how long to buy a car next over there and all like that? Remember that joke about the guy buying the car and the salesman or the guy, when he paid his money, he said, well, you come back 7 years from now and you pick it up. And he goes, well, you want me to come back in the morning or the afternoon? And the guy, hey, what does it matter? And he goes, well, the plumber's coming in the afternoon. So, we are, and we joke about it, but sadly, Steve, we are getting there. I mean, it's getting to where, if you need to get something worked done on your truck, it's almost, you might as well, depending upon what it is, it's probably a 2 or 3 week wait. So, at any rate,
and that's because the parts the parts aren't available, right? So many things they don't have in stock to fix it.
Yeah, the parts aren't available, and also they just don't have the labor, the people to do the labor. Going back to probably about a year ago, one of my guys was up in Wisconsin, up there at Madison, had a flat tire on the truck, and so he went to the Truck Stops America there. Well, I shouldn't have said her name, I guess. Anyway, he went to the truck stop to get it fixed. And the lady goes, well, we don't open the shop until 8 o'clock, and said, I'm totally booked up for today. He said, well, I just need to get a flat fixed. She goes, I don't have anybody to help you. Send him down the road.
Wow.
So at any rate, yeah. Any rate, Steve, you were right. This is not on accident that we're driving our country into the ditch right now, the economy and all like that. And with all these banks having problems and stuff, this is nowhere near. I've heard people say, "Oh, the economy's actually in pretty good shape." I mean, I just don't know what these people are looking at to make that statement. I really don't. But I want to do. We talked about the speed limiters and truck crashes and stuff, and the statistic that FMCSA says they're actually looking at to base this speed limiter rule on.
Mm-hmm.
I happen to have a copy of the 2022 large truck and bus crash, so it has the last year would actually be 21. Do you know what gross vehicle weight rating qualifies to be a large truck?
I
want to just take a stab at it?
I thought it was 26,001 pounds. Yay, nay?
Yeah, so did I. That's 10,000 pounds. 10,000 pounds. So basically, a pickup truck. I mean, most pickup trucks are heavy-duty 3/4 are gonna, be able to have that much of a gross vehicle weight rating. But those are the numbers, and they go from 10,000 pounds, and then they go by. I want to say it's like a 4,000 or 5,000 pound increment, and then it goes up to 33,000 and above. So in the 33,000 and above, which is a category of like most of your listeners and stuff, and myself. Those truck crashes actually went down in 2021. All the other ones, though, all the other classes under that actually had an increase in 2021. And yet the FMCSA says we're looking at the data. What data are they looking at? And this is data that they have compiled. This is not
their data.
This is their data. They're making it up. And so this is not something that some other outfit has dreamed up. This is their numbers, and yet this is what they're basing the numbers, or what they're basing this proposed rulemaking on. So again, Steve, you can't fix stupid, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And I, going back to Louis' hearing there up at that Wednesday, I guess it was there at up on Capitol Hill. Something that really struck me, besides some of the stuff that Louis, talked about, which I already knew, but the lady that represented the brokers, the TIA woman, Ann, I think it was Ann Reinke, I think was her name. She said, we've had over 80,000 complaints of truckers to the FMCSA, how they've been defrauded, one thing after another. And some of these complaints have actually been lodged by the brokers themselves because, in this wonderful electronic age, they're able to steal, for lack of a better term. They can take these loads, acting like a legitimate broker, give them out to a guy that hauls the load, delivers the load, then when he goes to get paid, this guy's nowhere to be found. But 80,000 complaints. You know how many complaints FMCSA has adjudicated or even listened to, or I'm sorry, has investigated? The answer.
0.
Come on, you can do it, Steve. Yeah, zero.
Oh boy.
Exactly, zero.
Yep.
Yeah. So, they're asking for, they're asking to increase their budget from 818 million to like $972 billion. That's what they've got on the table. So yet you have to sit there and wonder, what are they doing with the resources that they have already when they fail to investigate any of those complaints of fraud and stuff like that?
Wow.
So, typical government agency, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Needs to be sunset or stripped of their money. Thanks for having me on this morning, Steve. I appreciate it, man. You have a good one. Okay?
Hey, appreciate the updates. Anytime. You got it. Have a great weekend. Happy Mother's Day weekend, right? Tell Mama, Happy Mother's Day. What do you say, Vic?
Listen to Monty there. I was thinking about, he pretty much covered all the stuff that we've covered for almost 20 years. And long story short, a government agency has an agenda. Anything that doesn't agree with that agenda, they just ignore. And that's what leads me to the Federal Reserve. You said that that was kind of out of character there. You were talking about the bank failure and everything. Well, the Federal Reserve is absolutely fixated on stopping inflation, and they can't get it through their head, this current Federal Reserve, that fiscal policy usually creates more inflation than anything else, because that means the government has to borrow money to give to people that aren't contributing to the economy. So the end result will naturally be inflation. And years ago, they used to have a whole formula to where the Federal Reserve would go in and look at each sector. Now they call it a vector, and see what was really inflation. Well, most people, just the common guy on the street, understand that the root cause of inflation at this particular time is energy. And, the inflation was pretty well corralled anyway until this coronavirus came along. And then everybody started spending tons and tons of money and printing money. And at the time, they were told this will create inflation. But yet the Federal Reserve, every time they raise the interest rate, what this leads to the bank failures is the banks have invested in notes at a certain interest rate, or they have given out loans. So if they've given out loans at a lower interest rate than the current interest rate, when they go to sell those loans in bulk, nobody else wants to buy them because they aren't worth what they were before. I mean, it's economics 101, and you have all these people with more degrees than a thermometer, and they can't figure that out.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, what I really called about was this whole green energy deal. And there again, it seems like they can't get it through their head. This is not ready for prime time, because if we have a brownout or a blackout, have they really assessed how many subways, how many airport control systems are dependent upon the electrical grid? Even your Qualcomms and your trucks. I mean, I'm not going to list every one of them, but you can go down all of them. And I'm not exactly sure that they've understood the economic disruption that can occur with a brownout or a blackout. And I seen Mayor Pete, I guess the day before yesterday, he's going to start charging airlines if they have delays. Well, if you have a brownout or a blackout and it affects the radar the whole approach system in an airport or departure system, you're going to have flight delays. But you want to hold the airlines responsible for something that you created in the first place? I mean, we are in an absolute upside down world. And real quick on this immigration thing, they have Chinese people showing up with pockets full of money on the southern border. And it's like, these obviously aren't disadvantaged people. And we know the Chinese already have their enforcement system here in place. And a lot of the southern countries, they're actually emptying out their jails, getting rid of the undesirables, so to speak. And I imagine that between the Chinese and the southern undesirables, they're probably pretty well setting up their operation here in the United States to continue the drug trafficking. So it's just, I really have to wonder, this has to be intentional. I don't think it's all came together by happenstance, but it could. And just as you get ready for the weekend, just to leave you a real quick note, there's a Marine Corps test pilot that actually moved into an area that he kind of thought was going to be secluded and everything. And there were so many people moving in around him, and I don't know if they were drug manufacturers or whatever. He just decided to sell out and go someplace else. Where he's going, I don't know. But I thought, how in the world, a Marine Corps test pilot, you have to do a lot of, you have to be pretty good to get into the various military test pilot schools anyway. And a person of that nature is not just somebody that just fold their tent and walk away. So for him to just up and fold his tent and walk away, something must be going pretty bad in his neighborhood. And right. I think it just kind of all leads back.
All right, very good. Well, Vic, thanks for chiming in this morning. Have a great weekend, and look forward to maybe hearing from you again, say next week. Sound like a plan? And we'll return right after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I don't know. I think, the Democrats get together with these Democrat governors and mayors, get together and try to send a message to D.C. that, hey, even we can't take any more of this. Especially with the ending of Title 42. New York's Eric Adams, the mayor there, he's one that's been kind of hollering the last couple of weeks. The end of Title 42 is going to send a new wave toward New York City. Of course, a place that's long prided itself in welcoming the world's huddled masses. But as migrants gather at the southern border, Mayor Adams warns his city will be unable to accommodate the expected influx. Now think of that. You're going to get a couple thousand there. Well, tens of thousands, 10,000 every day this week have crossed the southern border. Yeah, You expect our southern border towns to just be able to, it's no problem for them, right? City officials are expecting to receive busloads of migrants from Texas and other border states, looking at housing the newcomers. Where are we going to put them? Airplane hangars, a racetrack, gymnasiums, maybe even tents in Central Park. Others could wind up on the streets. Despite the city's court-ordered commitment to provide all residents with access to a place to stay, faced with what he described as a humanitarian crisis. Adams, yes, Adams, the Democrat, has taken a series of steps aimed at easing pressure on the overcrowded homeless shelter system. Wednesday evening, he temporarily suspended portions of New York's long-standing law guaranteeing shelter to all residents. A few hours later, he sent roughly 24 migrants on a bus to a hotel in the upstate town of Newburgh, overriding fierce backlash from local leaders. He's calling it a decompression strategy, the latest escalation in the ongoing struggle for New York to handle tens of thousands of migrants, many of whom have arrived in the last year, coming out of Texas. Several other Democrat-leaning cities, Chicago, Denver, all grappling with a growing number of migrants and how to provide them food, medicine, shelter without significant federal funding. Adams said New York City in recent weeks has been seeing 500 arrivals every day. More than 61,000 have sought services from the city in the last year. Once the rules change, we could potentially get thousands every day in our city, he says. I don't know. Mayor Adams, why don't you give a call to Alejandro Mayorkas? This week, he said, let me make this clear, the border is not open. The administration reiterates that fact to you. Yeah, I don't know what you're seeing, but the border is not open. 5-7, yes, sir. What you got here?
Oh, well, I just thought I'd educate everybody. You do know that the United States Army had the Army Air Corps, and during World War II, they eventually separated between the United States Air Force. Well, during that European theater, the Army and the Marine Corps worked hand in hand together. And you do know that the Army discovered sex.
The Army discovered sex?
Yes.
How's that?
They invented it, matter of fact.
Uh-huh.
And then whenever, that so-called Uber service, when the Marine Corps, after the war, we were transferring back to the States from the European theater, the Marine Corps tried to introduce sex to the Navy, which was promptly turned down, but the Navy's thinking, this is a great idea, so they improved on this idea, and when they got to the States, they introduced sex to women. And Knucklebuster, you know very well they told you to keep your helmet on at all times. Y'all have a great weekend. I love our military.
Good Mother's Day weekend. There you go. Hey, the right-wing nut.
Yes, right. Wing nut, yes. Well, before I get to my subject I was going to call about, I want to wish every mother out there a happy Mother's Day. Every prospective mother a happy Mother's Day. And if you weren't fortunate enough to have children, I'm sure there's one looking up to you right now for advice. So happy Mother's Day to you, too. Steve, we were out here on the road and we broke down. And we had some old boy come up behind us. And I thought it was the maintenance guy, and it wound up being a driver from Canada. It wasn't from Mexico, it's from Canada. And I don't know what kind of language he was speaking, but he kept asking us for a key.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell are you talking about?
Hello. A key to what?
There, and Exactly. Well, he was driving a Freightliner as well, and
the right wing nut happens to be you're dropping in and out. You're in between cells. He was asking for a key, and you said a key to what?
yeah, exactly. And what he needed was a wrench.
A
We
wrench.
didn't understand him. He had called his daughter up in Canada, and she's like, "Oh, he's asking for a wrench." And we told him, "Hell, we're Teamsters. We just call people. Get out here and fix us." So he had to go up 20 miles to get a wrench, and then he fixed his trailer. But damn it, man, if you can't speak the language out here, asking for a tool, you know, how the hell are we supposed to know what you're talking about?
Right, yeah. Hey, I need a 9/16 in here.
Exactly. You know, it's all standard with us. So, well, Steve, we'll go ahead and let you go. And again, happy Mother's Day to all you mothers out there. And I ain't talking about the men. I'm talking about the women.
Right, yeah. Just mothers. That's make that perfectly clear. So, all right. Thank you very much. Right wing nut here on a Friday morning. All right, just real quick, like with about a minute left to roll here. I didn't touch on it earlier, but Elon Musk, I guess yesterday, announced that he is stepping down as CEO of Twitter. Kind of suspected he wasn't going to, I mean, he's got way too much on his plate to be doing this, CEO of Twitter thing. But he hired a female, apparently, whose identity had not been released to take over the role. I think they subsequently have announced who it was. Excited to announce I've hired a new CEO for Twitter. She'll be starting in 6 weeks. My role will transition to being the ex-chair and CTO, overseeing product, software, and PsyOps. Of course, back in December, he polled Twitter users on whether he should resign his top post. Most of them said yes. And of course, he said at the time he's going to abide by the results of the poll. When that voting closed on the poll, 57.5% of users said, yeah, he should step down as CEO. 42.5% said no. And like 17.5 million people actually voted in that. So I guess he's been looking for the right person for the job. Hopefully he got that individual lined up. So starting in 6 weeks. Meanwhile, have a great, safe Mother's Day weekend, and we'll see you back Sunday night at the midnight hour into a Monday morning.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but